Ya, halo. Nawakaribisha. Karibuni sana. Naona kuna watu wameanzia kukaribia katika kikao. Karibuni sana. Discussion yetu leo ni kali sana. Yes. So, Emily Karanja, karibuni sana. Ambieni wale ambao wanatungojea. Tumeingia, so wacha niambie wenzetu. So please guys, karibuni sana. Discussion yetu leo ni moto sana. Discussion yetu ni moto sana. Karibuni na muendelee kuambia watu wa subscribe katika channel yetu. Yes, mso karibu sana. Watu wa subscribe kwa channel yetu. Discussion yetu ni moto sana. Moto kama umeme. Ama ni moto kama moto wa makaratasi, ama moto wa makaa. Ya, discussion yetu sio mchezo. Ya, Darrain, karibu sana. Nitaambia pia wale ambao wanataka kukua panelist, mnaweza ingia. Studio yetu ijafungwa. Studio yetu iko. So kama unataka kukua panelist unaweza ingia. But tutadiscuss vitu mingi sana. So again, karibuni sana. Bado ni katika hali ya kusanitize our demo. Yeah, so we are sanitizing our democracy. Najaribu kuona kama nitapata watu kadhaa kwa kadha. So guys, welcome. Tumia mtu link yule unaona ni kama anaweza ingia. Yule mtu anaweza kuwa wa msaada hapa. Yeah, wazo letu ni what to find in a president, what makes a president, ama the journey of finding a president. Where do we start? So hiyo ndio safari yetu leo. Tunaanzia wapi? Tunasikia kila saa mtu anasema anataka kukua rais. I want to be a president. So where do we start? I want to be a president. So what does it mean? Hiyo ndio ile ambayo tunataka kuanza siku ya leo. So wapanguza kidogo. So Modoni Muso. Okay. Karibuni sana. I'm spending this time to wait for people. So nataka tuanzie hapo. So najua kuna watu walitaka to discuss hii wazo sana. And kuna kitu kuna kuanga na historia. Marais hawakuji tu. Kuna hiyo process ya the making. So hiyo ndio nataka to discuss leo. Na hata kuna watu wameandika by vitabu mingi sana. Kama yule mtu ameandika kitabu, so kuna mtu anaitwa White Theodore H. Ameandika kitabu The Making of the President. So kuna watu hata walifikiria hii mambo kabla ya sisi. Rais anatengenezwa vipi? Ama rais wa Kenya anatengenezwa vipi? So hiyo ndio wazo yetu siku ya leo. So tafadhali kama unataka kuingia studio, unaweza ingia The Making of a President. So I can begin by reading that article with you together, just for the purposes ya tuelewane. Making of a President. Unajua saa zingine tu unaangalia zile articles zimeandikwa hapa. Kuna kama it is in the archives. I think hii ni ya Kimarekani, lakini I don't want a video, I just want a article. Kuna kitabu inaitwa hii ni ya Marekani, The Making of a President. So nataka tupitie process zote, Kenyan political process, until where we have reached. So I will begin by revisiting. So I will begin by revisiting where kila mmoja wao alianza. I want to constrain myself with Kenya. So I want to start with Kenyatta. Kenyatta taking the oath. I think he took the oath in 1964. Yeah, so nataka tuanzie hapo, watu wa kwanza. So let's start from there. Hao ni Wakenya madignitaries wanafika swearing in ceremony ya Kenyatta. Oh, sorry. I had not shared. I'm sorry. Wacha niwaeke. Poleni. Kenyan independence. Nataka muone hiyo process. Na tafadhali wale wanakuja kwa channel mkuja. That is the making of Kenya's president, Kenya's first president. I want us to discuss the situation, what led to this. So tafadhali na wale wana join panel wakuja. I think there was a lady called Ashley alikuwa amesema atatujoin. Let me try to look for her. Yeah, nimemwambia niko online. Yeah, that is the making of the first Kenyan president. Nilikuwa tu nikitaka muone au ni dignitary wazungu, but I want to nataka ile ambayo yes. Pale anainua Biblia, I think it's this one.
Being chosen and admitted to the cabinet in Kenya, do swear that I will be true and faithful to Kenya, and that I will, to the best of my judgment, really give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of Kenya. I, Jomo Kenyatta, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, our heir and successors, according to law.
Sawa, hivyo ndivyo rais wa kwanza alipatikana, na amesema after being selected, so sijui selection ilitendekea wapi, but amesema after being selected, I think it was in the first parliament. So usually what happens, the making of a president involves a lot of give and takes. The elites of that country that time, ama wale wasomi ama wale watu ambao wanafikiria ndio wameshikilia sekta ya kiuchumi, lazima wawe pale na lazima wakuwe wamekubaliana ya kwamba huyo mtu lazima akuwe rais na katio. I think mumeona hata hii wakati Bwana Kenyatta anakuwa sworn in, kuna wazungu wengi sana mahali pale ambao sasa ni kama wamekubaliana na muundo msingi ule umeanza kiupya katika nchi. Mnajua Kenyatta ili hata akuwe rais, kulikuwa pia na Wakenya wenzake ambao walikuwa ni kama sasa washaanzia kukubalia kwamba huyu mtu anaweza kuwa kiongozi wetu, sababu unajua kuna kitu inaitwa power grab ile ambayo inatendekanga kila pahali. Mnakumbuka watu kama akina Jaramogi wakisema ya kwamba huyu mtu inatosha, ni lazima kuwe rais wetu, ama lazima hatutaki kupewa nchi kama hatujapanga vizuri, ama yule ambaye amekuwa akituongoza. I remember Jaramogi akisema our teacher is in jail and we cannot form the government. So ili ukuwe rais lazima watu wakubali, the elite, wale watu ambao wameshikilia miundo msingi ya kiuchumi lazima waanzie kukubaliana na wazo lako. Yeah. Na ndio unakuta sasa hata raia sasa wanakuja wanaanzia sasa pia kukua ni kama wanakubaliana na hiyo. So hiyo ni process pale ambako nchi mpya inajengwa. Unajua hiyo wakati Kenyatta kukua rais wa kwanza ni ile wakati nchi mpya inajengwa. Haimaanishi ati lazima kila wakati ikuwe namna hivyo. Hapana. Ile wakati hakuna mambo ya nchi mpya inajengwa, mambo inakuwa tofauti. For example, rais wa pili ambaye ni Daniel Toroitich arap Moi alikuwa ni rais, alikuja is an inheritance president. Ni rais ambaye alikuja kukua sababu kiongozi wa taifa wa wakati ule amekufa. Na sababu kiongozi wa taifa wa wakati ule amekufa, inabidi lazima kuna mtu ambaye lazima, kulingana na katiba yetu, lazima kuna mtu lazima achukulie uongozi. Na ndio mnaona sasa Moi mwenyewe alikuja sasa kupata power hivyo. So power by inheritance. Then tuko sasa na rais wa pili. No, rais wa tatu I mean. Rais wa tatu ambaye ni Mwai Kibaki. Tunajua process yake. Tulianzia na when we didn't have multipartyism in Kenya, ama wakati wa chama cha baba na mama, pale ambako Moi ndiye alikuwa anasema kila kitu na hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza sema mambo kinyume ya yale ambayo yanatajwa wakati huo. So na mnajua hiyo ilikuwa wakati mgumu sana, na Wakenya wengi sana waliumia sababu hakukuanga na voices ya opposition. Atuwe kama lazima upinge serikali, inabidi lazima utoroke. Ati serikali ya hiyo wakati iwezi pingwa. Na mnakumbuka baadhi ya wale watu walijaribu kupingana na serikali, na mnajua ile mambo ambayo iliwakumba hiyo siku. Mnajua mtu kama huyu, for example, kuna Profesa Ngugi, kuna Profesa Ngugi Thiong'o, sio Njoroge, kuna Profesa Ngugi Thiong'o. Hawa ni baadhi ya wale wasomi ambao walikuwa na kuongea mingi sana, lakini ilibidi watoroke. So naweza waonesha yeye.
If it's Thursday, it's all about inspiration.
Yeah. So baadhi ya wale watu walitoroka kutoka nchini mwetu Kenya ni watu kama Ngugi Thiong'o, yule ambaye anataka kuwaonesha yeye, sababu kuna watu wanaweza kuwa ni mwandishi wa vitabu za literature, ndiye huyo Ngugi Thiong'o.
On your era. Okay. Only instead of losing your whole name, they had to give you a European name. The implication being European names are holy.
Yeah, ndiye huyo. Ngugi Thiong'o alikuwa baadhi ya wale watu ambao democratization ya Kenya iliwabidi watoroke, na wengine wengi wale. So tukapita huo mfumo hadi sasa watu wakafinyiliwa na hiyo serikali ya Moi Tingisha, wakafinyiliwa na hiyo serikali hadi tukaanzia kuona sasa mass resignation pale ambako Stanley Gido Matiba ameresign. Matiba ndiye huyo, lazima unajua, I'm just trying to share this ili watu waelewe. So kulikuwa na jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Stanley Matiba, I think aliresign hapo around 89 or so. I'm just trying to see if I can get him. He was a very serious man. So he is among the first people who did who participated in the democratization of Kenya. Sitaki kutoa ile ambaye anakuwa Munda. I wanted to get the one where he is speaking himself. Inakaa YouTube imeweka Matiba ndiye huyo. Wacha nimweke. Kenneth Matiba. Hii democratization imeanza mbali.
I have decided to stand, but not alone. I do not want anybody to think or feel that I hold the view that because I am standing, nobody else should stand for that position. I do hope that we are going to have as many as possible stand. But before there was an attempt on my life, at least. Some people came to my house wanting to kill me. I happened to have a tab. Then this is not known by the public. Another scheme was made to blow up my car, but that did not come to.
Ya mambo ndio hiyo. Mnasikia sasa, even hata hiyo wakati wa kina Matiba watu walikuwa wanasumbuliwa na serikali. Mumesikia hapo Matiba akisema wakati wake, I think that is 90s, early 90s, kuna watu hata walikuwa wanampangia kulipua gari yake. So hiyo maneno ya serikali kutokubaliana na wewe ijaanza leo. Nilikuwa nikijaribu kuona kama nitapata ile ambayo ana resign, but ni kama siipati, sikuwa nimeiandaa vizuri. So Matiba walisumbuana, and it's so unfortunate that nilikuwa nilikuwa nataka kutoa pale ambako ana resign. Nilikuwa nikitaka kutoa pale alikuwa anataka ana resign, because I remember there was that information alipeana in 1989. So but alikuwa tu jamaa mzuri. He was paid because of the things which he suffered through the government, although unajua hata ile wakati serikali imekuharibu, it doesn't make sense. So huyu jamaa alikuwa ameumia sana na aliumizwa na hiyo familia ya Moi. So hizi ni vitu ambazo hatungetaka kuona watu wanaumizwa, sababu haikuwa ni jambo lilikuwa ati la busara sana. So I think Matiba really suffered during his years, especially his sunset years. I think he disappeared a very disparaged man. So it was so unfortunate. Ndiye huyo.
Be remembered for the name Kenneth Stanley Matiba will forever be remembered for the struggle for multi-party democracy during President Moi's era. Matiba was born in Kwayo village in Murang'a County and started off his education at Mari Era Primary School before joining Alliance High School for his A-level. He would later go to Makerere University to pursue a diploma course and later upgraded to a degree in education, majoring in history and geography. Professionally, Matiba was a teacher starting at Kangaru before he was transferred to the Ministry of Education headquarters to be the head of higher learning. After being elected as Kiaru Member of Parliament, he was nominated as the Minister for Transport, where he served until 1988, where he changed his political stand and started fighting for democracy in the country, a move that was orchestrated by Shodi Kanu elections held at his Murang'a backyard. Matiba will be remembered for forming the Sabasaba movement between 1990 and 1997. He, together with the third President Mwai Kibaki, were in the forefront in forming the opposition in 1997. He ran for the top job in 1992 using Ford Asili after they parted ways with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who remained the chair of Ford Kenya. Matiba died on Sunday at Karen Hospital, where he was undergoing treatment. Fare thee well, Kenneth Matiba.
Yeah, Mason Sanders umeuliza swali kubwa. Why Raila escaped all this? You know, I'm trying to see the process. Some of these people, wengine walikuwa na watu sana, but that's why I'm saying making of a president is not easy. So these are some of the people who could have become president, but along the way they lost it. They were very ill. They were attacked by the government. You can hear what Matiba was saying there. So naturally, hizi qualification tunasemanga si zenyewe. These are very superficial qualification. Let me show you. In reality, this is not what makes a this is what makes a president in paper. So Hebu musikilize qualification of somebody who want to become a president. Muniambia if these things make sense. Okay, be a Kenyan citizen by birth, be qualified to stand for election as a member of parliament, not owe allegiance to a foreign state, be a registered voter, hold a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. So kulingana na vile hizi vitu zimeandikwa, it looks like 1 million Kenyans could be qualified to become president. But how comes ile wakati watu wanajisimamisha, is not about this. It's not about this. Maso unaweza niangalilia, hebu niambie, are those qualification easy to attain? But how comes majority of Kenyans still cannot vie to be president? So to me, I think there's a minimum standard, but it doesn't mean that this is the only thing you need to become a president. I don't think Kenyans have embraced this, because these are simple qualification. It means that at a ballot paper yetu, why is it that when we are talking of somebody to become a president, we are talking of coalitions? When I look at qualification hapo, there's nothing like coalition. Yeah. So wacha tuone vile Mason Sanders unasema. Hii tabia ya Raila bitio inaweza kuwa haijaanza. Of course, there is a usual problem. Haiwezekani ati yeye akudungwa shindano ya Mercury. Ni vile tumekuja kujua the wrong time. So Mason, we have just come to know the wrong time, unfortunately. Wacha nianzie safari ya Kibaki nayo. I think Kibaki had resigned 1991, just before the section 2A. But there was I also want to show you the making of a president. Nataka ili, unajua, today I'm discussing the making of a president. I want to first of all show you an eloquent Kibaki. A Kibaki who you will never see anywhere. This Kibaki you will never see anywhere. This is a real Kibaki. Hata wazungu walikubali. This statement was extreme. Okay, let me share him. Nataka musikilize Kibaki in 1972. Our discussion is the making of a president. Nataka muone hata some of the people who have become presidents, it was a process. They held the characteristics of being a leader. So you guys, okay, Mason anasema Kibaki was fired, he didn't resign. Okay, I will check for that. But nataka musikilize hii speech ya Kibaki in 1972.
Statements by national leaders can be powerful persuaders. In Kenya, the Minister of Finance and Development offers valuable support.
Mr. Minister, family planning is a relevant issue in matters of planning in relation to the What's your views on that? Well, my views, which really are government views, is that family planning is an integral part of development planning. It is an essential part for the reason that you cannot hope to plan other forms of production if you cannot plan the production of the main resource, human beings. We view it as an aspect of human freedom, in the same way as we give people education so as to open wider horizons for them in the world, the same way that you provide a farmer with greater knowledge about the seed, about fertility of the soil, about climate, about rotation of crops. It's the same way that you must provide that information, that education to the person, so that he is not restricted in his living by ignorance, so that he becomes aware that there is a way, there are methods of regulating his family, there are means of spacing the birth of his children, so that he's not slave to just natural forces. And this is what I said in Swahili to these people, that we view family planning education as an extension of personal liberty. The man and the woman are then able to make personal decision, a family decision, as to when they want their children, how many they want. It is not a program for government to force people to restrict the numbers or even as to how to space their children. It is a program to give them the knowledge. With the knowledge, and as a free people, we know they will make the right decision, which is that they want help the children. They will therefore want to space them so that they can feed them better, educate them better, clothe them better, and then we shall have a healthier nation. This is what we want to do. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Mason Sanders, kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka muone muanalyze hiyo thought process ya Kibaki. The way Kibaki was reasoning in the 90s, no, in the 70s, and the reason why I actually became a president. Listen at that process. Listen at those 3 minutes which he talked. He was extremely sensible. So that is the thought process which Kenyans have to be interrogating about somebody. But what happens? At times, Kenyans, they don't and you interrogate the thought process of a leader when he is not vying. Like this was at a time when Kibaki was speaking as a natural person. That is the time when you can be able to make a judgment. And you can listen to that. It is one of the best speech given by any Kenyan leader, other than people like Tom Mboya, who are extremely oracle, who could speak in hours without blinking their eyes. So that is the process. So Sanders, to confirm, Kibaki resigned in December of 1991. Let me confirm to you that. Nimeiona tu kwa Google hapa. Let me see yeah. Maybe wezi onekana vizuri. But iko hapo kwa Google. Ndio hii. Let me see if it is visible. Yeah. Anyway, Kibaki resigned. Kibaki resigned in Christmas Day of 1991. Here, Kibaki resignation from the government and leaving Kanu on Christmas Day of 1991, only days after the repeal of the Section 2A of the then Constitution. So immediately after Section 2A imeondolewa, I think Kibaki decided to resign. I think Kibaki saw an opportunity where now he can vie for presidency. I think so there are some people who used to say that he was a plant by Moi to go and damage Ford. So that is also another thing which we have to ask ourselves: is it true? So that is Kibaki with this process. So let me see if I can see Mr. Uhuru. I don't know if there is anywhere we can see. I want a pre-election speech. Uhuru Kenyatta pre-election. Uhuru Kenyatta. Hapa so nawaletea Uhuru kidogo. It is necessary. Mason Sanders, maybe Google was maybe the guy who updated Google was not updated well, but it's okay. We can always confirm that. Haina shida. So we are analyzing these people before the election, na mnaona huyu jamaa anatusumbua kwa hapo.
ale kwa wana wa hiyo maote kwa mambo kwa kuwa tele kwa ya kula kwa sababu moja kama yake ndio tayari hapo ndio ndio siama na na nikao ndio shamuri mno kwa ndio zote hivi hiyo kwa tu ile tulikania kama ndo ndio kwa sababu ndio kwa hali tutikesho kama toka moto ikoyo ona yake kama karaga na masia na hiyo kwa karaga na tosia tunanya hali hapo na toka ya kipo kimoja ndio bidania wala ndio ya mtu ya Michael ale tatu alitivali masia na sio mwa ona Michael kuke Michael ya kula kudumu mwana matendo na urumano.
Yeah, that was the time when in Kenya watu wako wanasema kuna ukabila. Yeah, that was William Ruto there, a Kalenjin, and that is Wamarwa, Aluya, and I think kuna Sonko hapo. Na watu wanasikiliza mtu anaongea Kikuyu, and I don't think there was this one was accusing. I think this was the making of the bromance between Uhuru and Ruto. Hii ndio ilikuwa bromance sasa. So unaona Uhuru hapa wako na Ruto. So this was a union which could have been avoided. Mashida ilianzia hapa. So let's listen. Yeah, I think Uhuru is also trying to confirm. He is trying to say that even at that time, at Rift Valley, alikuwa anasema wale watu wa Rift Valley walikuanga wanakaa vizuri wanaongea. It's like yeye alikuwa anasema he was trying like to borrow a leaf. Uhuru was trying like to borrow a leaf from Rift Valley people. I think that was a misconceptualization, and I think sasa unaona hata akina Ephraim Maina walikuanga pale. So na mnafaa kujua sasa process ya Ruto ya Leonard, I am discussing the making of a president. Ni sawa nini Mason Sanders, I will rectify on that. Nimeelewa. So Leonard discuss the making of a president. Sasa akina Uhuru wanajitetea. Lakini Ruto alikaa kama parasite. Ruto tu alijiweka tu hapa tu karibu na hawa. Yeye tu kuna barabara yake alikuwa anangoja tu. We are discussing the making of a president. Na hii wakati huyu ni Mkikuyu anaongea Kikuyu na watu si wa Kikuyu. Huyu ni Wamarwa mnaona pale nyuma. Huyu ni Sonko wako hapa. Na Ruto wako hapa. Na hakuna mtu ange accuse anyone of speaking or no of hakuna mtu angesema ukabila. Saa hii kutokezea kitu kama hii. Wacha tusikie Uhuru akisema. Shiko karibu sana. Shiro, sorry.
Na nikao niko shamuri mno kia toza neke hiyo itakuwa tuwe tuigania kama ndo ndio kwa sababu ndio wali tutikesho kama toka moto mwekoyo ona yake kama karaga masia na hiyo ndio karaga na tosia na tunanya hapo la toka ya kitu kimoja ndio bidania wala ndio ya Mike kale tatu alifivali masia na sio mwa ona Mike rapuke Mike ya kula kudumu tena na matendo na urumano no iwe na ndio yema to ya na kwa wale mesuki kila uru wake na atako ona leo na hama uliyo mwaka kusa wote kwa kia uliyo ake kono dalili kwa kipango kama kama ene Nema, ija kwa mimi kwa watu saudi duniani mkande kwa wala udika leke mnakula. Meshukia kia kaka makali ya kande kwa ke nikao zomushoka. Ndio mnakula. Ndio ni. No. Kwa hiyo kwa kwa ya kuke ni modo. Kwa ile kwa. Naikwa. Omodo ayo ya kwa. Kana mama kibito wao ni wao kwa akiba. Ndio kile. No. Modo wakala kwa kalalia.
We, Shiro ati unasema ati Sonko anavuta glue. Hebu niwekee watu waone hiyo. Wewe na raia anatoka Sonko ndiye huyu. Sonko ndiye huyu. Imebidi, unajua ni comment yako imenifanya imenirudisha. Sonko ndiye huyu. Sonko ako na chupa hapa. Na watu sasa, huyu ndiye anaringia raia kama kitu kingine huyu. Kweli. No, I was actually nilikuwa na unajua unaonanga zile vitu mbaya. Wewe Shiro. I was concentrating with Uhuru na speech yake. Hata siku nimeona Sonko hapo. Hey. And now watu wanatoanga audacity wapi ya kuturingia, by the way. Wacha niwaeke. Ona hata Maina Kamanda, they don't look okay. Hata Wamarwa hapa, Eugene Wamarwa. Sonko, kai. Kweli. Yeah, Gladys ananisalimia. Okay, nashukuru. Yeah, I'm online FBI. Yeah, anyway, it's so serious that umeona hiyo. Wacha tuendelee na Uhuru.
Ndio mimi nasema. Hata kwa watu wa Nyanza, sisi tuna shida, tuko tayari kuungana pamoja nao. Shida yetu ni mtu mmoja tu peke yake. Province nzima ni mtu mmoja tu peke yake tuko na shida. Jamani. Na huyo mtu anaitwa nani? Amen. Hiyo ndio kuna shida nyingine sisi tuko nayo.
I agree. You see, Shiro and the rest, hao watu wangekuanga consistent, tungekuwa tumemaliza. Unaona sasa, as early as this time walikuwa washa identify shida ya Kenya ni Raila. You see, there are things which I don't understand here. Musha zero in on an enemy. Na mnaendelea tu na yeye. You see, that's why saa zingine hata kwa siasa always mean what you say. Sababu hawa watu as early as this wanaweza kuwa walikuwa wanaisema kwa muzaa, lakini kwa kusema ukweli walikuwa washajua sasa Raila ni shida ya Kenya. Ile ambayo hata tumekuja kujua sasa hii Samo basi Raila ni shida ya Kenya. It's so sad. And they continued with the problem for another 10 years. Anyway, hapa Uhuru alikuwa he was preparing his presidency. Hapa Uhuru alikuwa anaweka carpet ili akuwe rais, So alikuwa anafanya, he was muscling up. This was after losing 2002, and now Kibaki ako kwa term yake. So hapa tuko kwa interface ya sasa, ili sasa they prepare now for Kibaki Oster, ili Kibaki sasa atoke. So ndio Uhuru anaongea hapa sasa, so you can listen. Namba the musikai jidharau. Ona kina Eugene Wamarwa vile wanakaa kama watu wa jakula. Look at how Eugene Wamarwa hata nini shingo ni mrefu hivi. Na sasa hawa ni wale watu sasa ambao tunachukua kwa heshima sana. Angalia hata Sonko mwenyewe, yule ambaye sasa ndiye anapeana mapesa na kila kitu. Msijidharau. You can also be better than these people. We can be serious people. Look at all this. Isipokuwa tu ile mtu tu anaonekana amekula hapa ni nani? Ni Mishuki. Na Uhuru sababu naye sasa he was from angalia wengine wanakaa njaa tu, and they are always busy telling us that tunakaa njaa. Everybody has a starting point. Anyway, wacha Uhuru aongee. We are discussing the making of a president. You see, nimeamua kupitia hii maneno ya Kenya ili sasa tuelewe the Kenyan process vile iko. Sitaki kudiscuss ya mzungu. Nataka tu tuelewe tu process ya Kenya na tuone vile hao watu wamekuwa kikanyanga. Ona Ruto tu anajipangia hapo kwa Uhuru pole pole. He was conniving. Ruto ni yule mtu alitulia tu hapo waiting for the time to attack. Alitulia hapo miaka 15 akijua nyinyi, yeye alikuwa hiyo ni ile tu inaitwa long range. Yeye alikuwa anajua tu nyinyi kuna siku mtawai nirushia mpira mbele,
kwa sababu huyo ndio ametuletea vurugu ambazo tumeona katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na nikato ameo wake aliyomozi na ndio
hata ndio huyo Kabogo hapo akai vizuri sana. Huyu Kabogo hapa sasa ameanzia kujileta hapa aonekane na kamera. Huyu ni Kabogo wa that time. Huyo ni Kabogo ameanzia kujileta hapo aonekane.
Nimekubali nyinyi mkiwa watu wa Murang'a siku ya leo. Hadi zote tulitoka.
Oneni hata akina Kiunjuri wako hapo. Hao watu wote wale wamebetray mlima wote hawa, hata akina Kiunjuri wako, hii timu yote hapa ni watu yani after wamesaidika wakaamua sasa wacha sasa tuharibie raia. It is so sad
ya kwamba sisi tutafanya kazi kama viongozi wa mkoa wakati tukiwa kitu kimoja. Tumepitisha hiyo kama resolution ya Murang'a ya kwamba sisi zote tunasimama pamoja. Hakuna ameshiriki kwa mikono ya kwamba kisha tukiwa resolution yetu tukiwa hapa.
Sasa I'm talking about the making of a president. Sasa Uhuru after ameongea sasa hizo mawads ameongea sasa hapa sasa ndiye alifanywa kingpin. Na mtasikia hata wazao akisema sasa tutamfanya kingpin sasa wa Wakikuyu. Na mtasikia hata nani mtasikia hata Meshoki akisema Uhuru ndiye atakuwa anaambia watu. And from there the rest is history. So you can see that process. Process ambayo hata akina Gachagua hawakupitia. Hii process sikuiona hata na Kenyatta wa kwanza. Moi sijui process yake ilikuwa aje, but sasa hata process ya Kibaki hatukuona sana. But I think process ya Uhuru, it was a bit harmonious, you could understand the making of a leader. Sababu Moi alianzia na yeye, then kutoka hapo ndiye hii Wakikuyu pia wanamtengeneza. So you can unaona hiyo process, the making of a leader. So nataka muone sasa hapa akifanywa kiongozi wa Wakikuyu. Yes, guys, mark the title, the making of a president. So Gladys anasema kitu, it's because he is not forceful in politics. Yeah, so you can see that process. Hiyo process ndio nataka muone. The process a uniter, mtu ambaye anashikanisha watu wote, hakuna other than kutusi wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaleta shida Kenya, which is true by the way. Raila Odinga sio mtu mzuri. Sasa ndiye huyu Uhuru sasa hapo hata akapewa hata hiyo fimbo ya ikudoked, amesema hiyo fimbo ya 9 stamps. Ni kama zile vitu za miwa. Amepewa hiyo fimbo ikiwa ina represent Wakikuyu. Hii fimbo bado ijarudishwa. So saa zingine ndio najiuliza watu wa Mlima Kenya wanagawanyikianga wapi? You see, I want people to help me understand this. If Uhuru is still the one with this hii kitu, watu wa Mlima Kenya, kwani mnagawanyishwa na watu hawana hii muti ya uongozi? Hata Pope, hata mabishop naonanga wakiwa na muti yao. Kama Uhuru ndiye ako na hii muti, nani huyu ambaye anagawanisha Wakikuyu? Unajua, I don't understand. Unless muniambie hawa viongozi wa Wakikuyu waliisha nguvu. That is why imo dhegi ya uongozi amu respect the making of a president. So maybe Shiro, you can respond to me to that. How comes Kikuyus are being confused na hii muti ijatoka kwa Uhuru? So Uhuru na Meshoki ashasema, ama Meshoki alisema yule mtu ambaye atataka kuongea na Wakikuyu atuambie, atakuja atuambie. So Meshoki alisema Uhuru akuange anaambia watu. So I don't understand. And guys, continue subscribing our channel please, ili tufikie watu wengi. So nataka munielezee hii please. Unataka pia niangalie Waititu au watu walikuwa wakora siku hiyo, so hata wako watu wanajielewa. So let's continue. Nataka musikie the end process. Shiro, mimi nilisemanga tukikuja hapa, I want us to deal with the complex politics. Mimi sitaki tuangalie hii siasa ya juju, sababu hii siasa ya juju ndio inatupoteza. So nataka tuende nyuma kidogo. Sasa hiyo ndio ile ceremony ambayo ilipeanwa Muthigi, na Muthigi iko somewhere, kama vile Gladys amesema, iko somewhere kwa cupboard. So na akujapatikana another serious process, mtu amefanywa vile Uhuru amefanywa. So na Uhuru akasemekana yeye ndiye atakuwa anaambia Wakikuyu. Kuna pahali Ishongwa not Ishongwa, Mishuki anasema hivyo, atakuwa anatuambia. So my question, does it mean that how comes Uhuru hata akisema nataka akipoint mtu watu hawasikilizi? What is the problem? Huyu Gachagua ambaye aliconfuse Wakikuyu 2022 hakuwa amekuwa anointed. So the question is Wakikuyu wanasikiliza nani? Sababu mimi sielewi. Wakikuyu, do they have a point of reference? Wakikuyu wanasikiliza nani? Unajua mimi nataka watu wanielimishe, sababu tumeona ya kwamba Uhuru ndiye ako na Muthigi, ama Uhuru ndiye ako na fimbo ya uongozi. Amepewa mpaka jungo ya kukaria, na akujapatikana process nyingine kama hiyo ya kufanya, ama maybe wali discard. Maybe muniambie hiyo maneno iliisha, hakunanga vitu kama hiyo tena. So Wakikuyu wanasikiliza nani? Sababu sielewi. Wakikuyu wanagawanishwa na nani? Mnataka kuniambia sasa Ruto ameingia mpaka ndani? Ruto ameingia mpaka ndani, ameconfuse mpaka viongozi wa Wakikuyu. Let me hear what people are saying. Mumeona vyenye nawaambia hawa watu wanakula pamoja. Okay, huyu ni Ken Ngigi. Mumeona venye nawaambia hawa watu wanakula pamoja. Wakija kwa wananchi wanajifanya hawajuani. He hasn't found anyone worthy. Watu wako na maneno hapa. So that is a democratic process, Gladys anasema kitu, instead of thinking how to go ask for Mutuge, I think it is artistic, they started abusing him as ordered by Kasongo. So that's sasa, unajua nilikuwa nikitaka kuonesha the process of making a president is a process, story ya kutengeneza rais ni process, sio katika kitu inatokezea hivi. Mumeona hiyo process ya Uhuru mpaka akakalishwa kiti, na ndio hata nauliza mpaka saa hii sisemi ni kwa vibaya, tunafuata Gachagua. Gachagua ni wa nani? Gachagua ametoka wapi? Unajua, I want us to understand, leaders are made, kiongozi anatengenezangwa. So lazima I want the process of making of Gachagua. How was Gachagua made? We need to go about that. How was Gachagua made? So this is my conclusion. Nisiwachokeshe sana. Wakikuyu mumekuwa watu wako na vichwa ngumu, hamujui pahali ya kufuata, na ndio mumekuwa na mashida mingi hivyo. Muliachilia hiyo Muthigi yenu mkasema hamuitaki, ndio hiyo sasa hata imepotea kabisa. Mnaona vile inakuanga? Unasema kitu itaki, inaenda. So Wakikuyu mulisema ati hata hiyo vitu hamutaki. That was a process. That was the process. So viongozi wengine mumeanzia kuembrace, hawajakuwa confined kwa hii process ya kutengeneza viongozi. Watu wengine mnafuata waliletwa kama sponsored project ama sponsored individuals, and we have to be true about this. Hakuna pahali tulisikia wazee wakiongea story ya Gachagua. Maybe wanaweza kuwa wameongea na yeye saa hii, sijui, lakini itabidi Wakikuyu muketi chini and you have to follow this process. Hii process lazima mfuate hii. Hii vitu vingine yote ni confusion. The only challenge I have, ama ile shida niko nayo, unless sasa Uhuru tu anataka kukalia tu hiyo Muthegi for the purpose of manipulating Kenya. Hiyo ni kitu kingine pia tunafaa tufikirie. Kwa nini bado Uhuru ako na hiyo Muthegi? Process ya kuitransfer ni aje? We need to think about that. Tumemuona leo ako na pia kuna information imetokezea, sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni propaganda. Inasemekana Kalonzo anashidaga State House. Hata bibi ya D msichana ya Jeuga Tabaki, kunasemekana ni kama wana negotiate ka kitu na Kalonzo. So kuna uwezekano hata huyu Kalonzo ambaye tunaona ni kama wanaongea na Uhuru, kuna uwezekano ajikute na Ruto. So najiuliza, kwani uongozi wa siku hizi auoneshanangi pahali ambako raia yako? So ama mnataka kuniambia pia Uhuru na Ruto wanaelewana katika hii uongozi? Sasa ni sisi tunachezwa. Kuna vitu mimi sielewi. Kuna information imetokezea very critical ya kwamba Kalonzo amekuwa State House. Ni maujumbe zinaenda na watu, so I don't know how credible it is, but kunasemekana Kalonzo ameonekana State House through David Ndii. So you people, can you think about that? Na kama again Uhuru anaelekea hapo, inaonekana sasa, kwani final watatuletea Ruto? Let me hear what Shiko Inokrad is saying. Okay, let me start with Gladys uko juu. Some are collateral damage for Kikuyus. She was saying Gema just happened to be activated with Akamba joining Gema. So Gema just happened to be activated with Akamba joining Gema. Uhuru will give it to Kalonzo, period. Okay. Lakini Shiro umesikia anaendaga State House. So sasa akipewa hiyo kitu ikipewa Kalonzo wako na stamina ya kupigania kila mtu. Hiyo ni vitu lazima tujiulize. Ni sawa, anaweza pewa hiyo Muthegi, tukatai. Asemekana sasa hiyo Muthegi ndio ya kila mtu. Lakini Kalonzo ako na uwezo wa kukataa mambo mabaya ya Ruto. So Joe Dida kuna kitu anasema, Ruto hates Uhuru. By the way, Joe Dida si ati siheshimu Kalonzo. Kalonzo ni Mkamba, lakini kuna vitu tumesikia si mzuri. Na ndio nimesema wacha ni comment hapa, kama kuna mtu anajua story anaweza tuambia. Kuna allegation, naitoa kama allegation. Kuna semekana Kalonzo anaendaga State House. Ni sisi hatujui. So Jodida, Ruto hates Uhuru. Nataka pia tuangalie process ya Ruto. Ruto alipitia wapi ili akuwe president? Hiyo lazima tuangalie. Lakini pia mkiangalia process ya Ruto ni ya kifua. Sababu hata ile wakati wa swearing in, not swearing in, ile wakati ya kusoma kura, nitaonesha vile aliweka akina Sapita hapo na wanajeshi. I want to see how Ruto made himself a president. Nataka muone ile kifua alitumia hapo. Amani just noticed, does Kalonzo really go to State House? Ama it is Ruto? Anyway, it could be propaganda. That's why nimesema it's alleged. It's alleged. But inasemekana amepatikana State House. How true it is, I don't know. So, mimi tu nimejiachilia hapo sababu nimeisikia. So, wacha tusikie. They need someone they can control. Mark that. Amani, you mean hatuwezi multitask? Huyo ni Ken Ngigi. Okay, so Joe Dida anasema, does Kalonzo really go to State House ama it is Ruto propaganda? I don't know, but unajua hii ndio shida. Ruto akitaka kuharibia Kalonzo, na Ruto amesweet talk Kalonzo, amemwambia kuja tuonane, he will release it. Hiyo ndio shida. Ukideal na shetani, hata wewe anakufanya shetani. So you better be careful on dealing with the devil. So kama unafanya kazi na shetani, lazima ujue utahepa. Ndio unakuta hata Yesu mwenyewe aliambia shetani sikutaki. Devil is cunning. So kama Ruto na Kalonzo wanakutana, Ruto will expose him, because ujue kitu ya kwanza nataka kuambia hapa, wale ambao mnaongeanga na Kalonzo ili mumwambie, kama Kalonzo anataka kukua rais, the first person Kalonzo atamaliza, the first person ambaye Ruto atamaliza ni Kalonzo. So Kalonzo lazima ungojee propaganda mzuri za serikali, lazima ungojee kila kitu, lazima utaoshwa sawa sawa kama unataka kwenda kwa debe. Na skando za kumaliza Kalonzo ziko. Serikali watazitafuta. Atawekelewa corruption scandals kama ziko. Ataambiwa kuna kitu fulani aliiba wakati fulani. Ataanzia kuwekelewa wasichana na atawekelewa hiyo maneno ya kutembea usiku. So that is why I always tell them, Kalonzo, if you are wise, stop dealing with Ruto. It will not help you. Yes, Ken hamwezi. So Shiro is saying Uhuru can give Gachagua, so who else from Gema? Common sense. Kalonzo wants to be in the government. Huyo ni Sari Ochieng anasema hivi. So inakaa huku nje ni baridi sana. So Kasongo can still crack deals undercover. Bwana Ruto, nyinyi mnacheza na hawa watu. Mimi naona ni kama sisi ndio tuko kwa dark room. Mimi naona sisi ndio tumewekwa kwa tunnel na hatujui pahali ya kutokezea. Lakini hawa ni kama wanajua. Mimi, that is why I am saying, let's not vote for this status quo. Wacha tutafute watu wapya, watu ambao hawajaji contaminate na hii maneno. Hata yeye Uhuru mwenyewe, he has to come out clear. Uhuru akiendelea hivi anaendelea, Mount Kenya will miss another opportunity of making a leader if we have to make. Uhuru lazima alilinguish hiyo leadership open ni mchana. Unaona vile alipewa hiyo uongozi, itabidi aipeane hivyo. Itabidi aende, hata kama sio yeye, ama ambie wazee genuine, sio wale wazee waombaomba. Aende ambie wale wazee waombaomba, tafadhali sasa kiongozi, sababu unajua kuna ile kitu, sababu Uhuru asha retire. Uhuru anaonekana kama ile ng'ombe mzee ambaye haina maziwa. So kuna raia ambao hawezi taka kumfuata sababu wanaona hana ambition, hakuna kitu anataka. Kuna mtu anafuatangwa na watu sababu na yeye kuna kitu anataka. So Uhuru akiweza kusupervise, tukue na kiongozi mpya Mount Kenya ambaye ako na ambition, somebody is ambitious. Watu watafuata huyo sababu watu watajua huyo akifuata mambo yake, pia sisi tunafuatilia mambo yetu hapo. The reason why Uhuru kufuata ni ngumu ni sababu amekuwa stale. Hataki uongozi, hawezi kuwa rais tena. So hata mtu akiniuliza saa hii nafuata Uhuru anipe nini, utaambia raia aje? And it's a very common statement. Why should I follow Uhuru? He is not looking for presidency. Hakuna kitu anataka. Amefika menopause ya siasa. Uhuru ashafika menopause ya siasa. So tunahitaji kiongozi ambaye ako na ambition. Ili sasa huyo kiongozi sasa ndiye watu wanafuata, ili huyo mtu anakuwa sasa hata akifuata urais tunajua ya kwamba ashapewa mudhigi. Lakini sasa tunafuata watu wana mudhigi and they are busy saying that wao ndio viongozi yetu. You see where confusion is in Mount Kenya region? Remember, my discussion today is the making of a leader. Leaders are made. You have to make a leader. Mount Kenya region, can you make a leader? Stop this confusion. You have to make a leader. Hata wewe Uhuru ulitengenezwa. There was a process. Let me see what Gladys said. So I would vote for Martha Karua. It's easy sababu ya vile tuna. So Martha Karua, I don't know sasa kama atapewa hiyo mudhigi, because at the end of the day for you to be accepted, hiyo mudhigi ni lazima. Hii Gachagua, it was rebellion. It was pure rebellion. Hakukuwa na mudhigi kwa nini? Ni watu tu wa rebel Uhuru because waliona now we need to shift from there. That was pure rebellion. But kabla hii rebellion iende kabisa, lazima hiyo mudhigi ipewe mtu wako na ambition. Ni formula anapeana. Lazima kutafutwe mtu wako na ambition na apewe hiyo mudhigi. Apewe hiyo stick. That stick of leadership has to be given somebody with ambition. it can no longer continue kwa meza ya Uhuru. Sababu hiyo muti, the more ina continue kwa meza ya Uhuru, the more Wakikuyu wanakuwa confused. And the spirit of confusion is dangerous because the spirit of confusion inatoa hata chakula ya watoto, wherever it is. Let's read what people are saying. I hope he is not going to see the devil. I hope. Okay, Jodida amesema hivi. Hata mimi naomba. Na Kalonzo, kama uko na marafiki wako wanatusikiliza hapa, tafadhali usiende kuona Ruto. Ruto will expose you very badly. He will kill your ambition. Unaona umefuata Raila Odinga miaka 15, umepoteza maisha yako. Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka, I am so sad for you. Na kuhurumia sana. Umefuata tapeli. You have wasted your 15 years of life. It's so sad. And by the way, I want to tell you, Raila Odinga should apologize to Kalonzo Musyoka. Vile amefanyia Kalonzo Musyoka jamfanyia vizuri. He has wasted his 15 years. Amepotezea Kalonzo miaka yake 15. For your information, Kalonzo had risen higher than Raila Odinga in politics because Kalonzo Musyoka had become a deputy. Lakini sasa akaamua wacha afuate huyu Raila Odinga, the con. Sababu tumeona ni the con, sababu aliachilia vuguvugu la watu. Sasa amempotezea miaka 15. He has to apologize. It's not good to waste people's time. So I wish Raila Odinga chose otherwise. But Raila Odinga decided to dine with the devil. It's not about ataenda huko apigane na Ruto. We don't care. But the fact that he dined with the devil, we don't support it. So Kalonzo tutamushika. I'm not surprised since chairman was with Kalonzo na alinunuliwa. Who are you to believe he would sell people? Huyo ni Shiro anasema, anaongea story ya chairman. Na unajua hata nani ni chairman? Hata Elias ni chairman. So tuambie ni chairman gani unaongea? Yule alikatana mikono ni chairman bado. Adhuri oge gotire. Huyo ni Nancy Rojo anasema. Gladys, the swamp is full of crocodiles eating the savannah. Sari Ochieng anasema, Kalonzo knows he is weak, won't garner votes. Alternative ni joy. Hey. Ochieng, wacha kunimaliza. So, kwa hivyo Kalonzo wewe ushamuachilia, umesema Kalonzo aende kwa Ruto akiendanga. Wewe Ochieng ni kama amekubaliana na Kalonzo aende. Wacha nione, unajua saa zingine. Okay. Ashira ananiambia anaona kama anataka kujoin ni sawa, you can come and we expound. Me I was just trying to discuss the democratization process of Kenya. Na ile utapeli na inaelekea huku. Why we are saying that this person will become a leader and they are making the deals. So Uhuru was not part of JKIA from my thinking. I do not think Kigema has identified a proper leader. They are just seeking and feeling it fast. They need someone who will not be destructive to the country as Ruto. Okay, Shiro ametuletea agenda yake hapa, ando mewira watu wako job. Uhuru hataki kupatia. Okay, Mary Sanders anasema Uhuru hataki kupatiana Muthigi. Why? Hajaamini wakati wake uliisha. So, but unajua sasa hiyo Muthigi kama haina mtu ambitious, it is in limbo. Haitusaidii. Unajua hiyo Muthigi ndio power. You people, you need to understand that. Muthigi ndio power. So, na hiyo Muthigi kama iko pahali ambako haiwasaidii, hiyo Muthigi lazima ikuwe iko na mtu ambaye anaisukuma in trenches of power. Yes, Raila apologize to Kalonzo. I agree. So Jodida, Raila has to apologize to Kalonzo. Amempotezea miaka 15. And we should not take this thing as a joke. Kalonzo is 69, 70 years old. Kalonzo started with Raila when he was 55. A very good age of becoming a president. You cannot just be wasting people's time. Na wewe tu unajua you are not serious. Unangojea upakapako kitu kwa mikono uende ushikane na serikali. Tunataka watu wako robust. We have no problem of people being in opposition. Na hii ni kitu nataka kuelimisha watu hapa tafadhali. Opposition is not death. But if you are opposition, you cannot work with the government. You cannot work with the government. Your work is to oppose the government as opposition. You cannot agree with the government because you are not implementing the same agenda. Otherwise, if you are not opposition and you want to work with the government, you have to stop calling yourself opposition. Opposition means you are disagreeing. So, lazima tufunze watu hapa na tuambie the reason why opposition cannot work with the government. You cannot agree with the government on anything. You can't. Is Kalonzo a juvenile? Kuna nanisoroje soon. No, but si vizuri kupotezea mtu time. It's not fair. So no JK was Raila and Ruto. Nancy Kalonzo ni muyo, okay, hiyo ni mwoga na fence sita. Na inakaa hiyo fence sita imemharibia time sana. And Kalonzo is very good when it comes to diplomacy. Okay, diplomacy. Then I wish if you want diplomacy, then he could have chosen a different path other than this direct politics. Maybe atumango kama ambassador huko UN, ambassador US, wapi, and he would have made Kenyan proud internationally. He is eloquent and knows how to carry himself. I agree, he knows how to carry himself. Lakini ni kama ajui pwagu na pwaguzi. Ajui pweza wakipita. Anakaa tu karibu tu na pweza anammeza. Poleni anyway. Ni kama nimesomea Kalonzo sana. Kalonzo nakupenda, sina shida na wewe. You are Kenyan and I'm proud for you to be a Kenyan. But sasa chanuka sasa. Please don't allow somebody to waste your another 5 years. And I can see Ruto is going on that dimension. Ruto anataka kukupotezea time. Kalonzo joke with Ruto, you will find yourself 75. Na kila saa unatuambianga lazima ukue rais. So kama unataka kukua rais ni saa hii. Wewe simama afadhali upate milioni 1. Kwani iko nini? Kalonzo kameenda, it's only mother now. So I want us to get that evidence. If you people munajua ya kwamba Kalonzo ni kama kuna uwezekano anaweza fanya, lakini you see, because Kalonzo ameipatikana in different places, you know, people describe you based. Unajua, let me tell you, unaona, usifikiria ati yule mtu unaendanga kuiba na yeye atakurespect kama wewe ni mwizi. I'm giving this analogy. Wewe kama ni mwizi na unaendanga kuiba na mtu, huyo mtu akienda kwa watu wengine anakuitanga mwizi. So Kalonzo Musyoka, hao watu wote ambao mnafanyanga kazi na wao in the other deals, they are the same people. Ukienda ufanye vitu na wao as you are claiming to be a very good person, they are the people who will expose you. Na watasema wewe hautoshi mboga. So those are the issues. So nataka kuwaonesha Ruto, and I want you people to see something. Allow me, kuna picha nataka kuwatolea ya Ruto, very very serious. Ruto nataka kuwatolea. Sasa tuko kwa Ruto, sasa nimeachana na Uhuru tumesema Muthigindi yako nayo. Nataka kuwatolea picha mbili za vile. Kwanza hii video ya kwanza nitawachezea. Hii video ya kwanza ni vile Ruto aliweza kuconsolidate Wakalenjin, sababu ilibidi apolarize Wakalenjin ili Wakalenjin wakuwe kitu moja na Wakale watakuwa kitu moja aje. Unajua, I'm talking about the making of a president. Sasa alafu sasa nikuje sasa wale ambao sasa the new guys now who are in town. So let's see where Ruto started. Ruto alianzia na kuonesha Wakale adui ni nani. So and it's a powerful tool in politics. Kwanza onesha Wakale adui ni nani, ndiye huyu. Unless it is misinformation. I want somebody to tell me if it is misinformation or not. But this is the starting point for Ruto. Hapa ni kura ya Wakale tuna consolidate. Unajua nataka pia muende mukielewa. So hapa hakuna vile Ruto atajitokeza kama Wakale wako pamoja. I want to show you how these things are done in Kenya. So lazima Ruto apolarize Wakale. Shiro, you need to, this is a master class, Shiro, you need to listen to this one. Ili nikikuja kwako tuendeleze. I want to you see, nataka uone pale Ruto anaanza na vile Ruto atapolarize Wakalenjin ili Wakalenjin wakuwe pamoja. Lazima, that is the starting point ya Ruto. Lazima Wakale wakuwe pamoja, and he is doing it so effectively. And how do you polarize Kalenjins? You have to show them the enemy. Haya ndio hii. So we are beginning by polarizing. This is the polarization.
Mimi nauliza nini? Kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi Wakalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa. Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. Lakini kama wewe unakwama mahali moja, unasema huyu simpendi na huyo hatoki Kenya, atakuwa hapo siku ya kupiga kura, atapiga kura hata na yeye. Sasa wewe utafanya namna gani?
Haya, sitaki kuendelea zaidi ya hiyo. So hapo sasa, hiyo speech, that speech was enough kuweka Wakale kwa kikapu moja. Hiyo Shiro, that speech, kura milioni 2 ya Wakale ishaingia. You don't need to say anything else. Sababu hiyo speech, Ruto anaambia Wakale nitawa protect. I will protect you from these people, au watu ambao wamekuwa akiwaumiza miaka yote. That is where hapo ndio ameanza. Sasa hii ni path ya presidency hii ni barabara ya kukua rais hii. Sasa Wakale sasa ushaweka kwa kikapu moja. Sasa Wakale ushaweka kwa kikapu moja. The next thing which he has to do ni he has to polarize Mount Kenya. So Mount Kenya ikakuwa polarized. Alafu nataka pia kuwekea kitu kingine hapa. Unajua leo leo mutaniwia radhi kidogo, lakini leo lazima niwaoneshe hii. Hii lazima niwaoneshe. Unajua sababu mnasahau sana. Mnasahau sana na hii kusahau hii kusahau ndio inatufanya tukue kwa hii mashida yetu. So nataka kuonesha kule kijana alianza, sababu anajitanga kijana. I want to show you where the man started. Hapa nataka tu kuonesha. I want you to see this.
After consultations with the party leadership and in the interest of fairness, transparency, and integrity of our primaries, it has been resolved that no voting should go on in all the centers after dark, in all the counties where any activity is going on. This decision has been arrived at after considering the safety of all our members, and especially women who may be impeded in exercising their democratic rights because of fear of their security during the hours of darkness. The party leadership is already in the process of reprinting ballot papers in sufficient quantities to be used for the primary
division. Nimewambia the power of division, because that is hiyo ndio art yake. You know, in this life if you want to become a leader, you have to forge on what you know best. Lazima ile kitu unafanyanga vizuri sana lazima uifanye vizuri. Sasa kama mnajua hii uchaguzi Bwana Ruto ndiye alikuwa anaisimamia, and it was chaotic, but it was chaotic by design. Sababu hapa ndio, kama hamjui, mlima iliharibikia hapa. So Shiro, kama mnafikiria mlima iliguzwa wakati Gachagua alitolewa, hapana. Mlima iliguzwa hapa. This is when Mulima died. Hapa. So this was now level 2 now. I now need Mount Kenya, but I need Mount Kenya forcibly. This is where it happened.
Primaries next week, according to a schedule that will be released in the course of tomorrow. The party would like to thank its members for their patience and acting in a peaceful manner throughout the day. Turnout was overwhelming. And while we are encouraged by this passion and expression of support for the party, we admit to have totally underestimated the level of turnout. We own up for this mistake, and we sincerely apologize to our aspirants and supporters. We are currently back on the drawing board, planning for a repeat following this total recall. While the voting process may have proceeded well in some counties, some constituencies and wards in varying degree, we are forced to take this unprecedented recall so as to ensure the integrity of our great party. Thank you very much.
We're leading a team today that blocked
na viongozi wanatengenezangwa hivyo. So Ruto ndiye huyo, uchaguzi wa Jubilee umeharibika. And then finally we have this. I want to show you. Finally we have this. I want to show you something. Finally, we have this. I want to show you where he embossed himself. Hata muone Gachagua wenyu hata kuguza hiyo certificate. Oh. Natafuta. I'm looking for a shorter clip. I'm looking for a shorter clip. I'm looking for a shorter clip. Niwieni radhi kidogo. Okay, this one is better. And then this. I want. Ninyi watu nataka muone hii confidence ni ya wapi bwana. Unajua saa zingine when you are stealing with confidence. I want you people muniambie hii confidence ni ya wapi. Mukiangalia huyu ni Sapita kwa hapa na kulikuwa na finally that's what is happening.
We have walked the journey of ensuring that Kenyans get a free, fair, and credible election. It's not been an easy journey. Right now, two of my commissioners and the CRA.
Na Gachagua wenyu wako hapa. Gachagua wenyu wako hapa. Sijui kama mnaona Gachagua hapo kando kabisa huyu. Gachagua wako hapo nyuma kabisa. So, you people, the reason why si ati nawachokesha, nataka muniambie hii confidence iko hapa. Ilitoka wapi? I'm telling you, you see, still Kenyans hatujajua results vizuri. Kuna akina Raila ni kama kuna wakati walikuwa wamepanga red carpet. But I want you Kenyans to tell me hii confidence imetoka wapi? Ama hii si confidence ya mtu alikuwa amejipanga. Ashaleta watu wa kanisa wako hapa, washaombesha. I'm discussing the making of a president. Hii confidence. Hadi sasa akaleta hata mama yake yako hapa, bibi yake yako hapa, election council yake iko hapa, Chebukati yako hapa, na security iko hapa. Na Raila yako huko mbali hawezi hata patikana hapa. Si mnajua kule Raila alikuwa hiyo wakati. Raila kwa huko mbali huko. Huko pengine hata alikuwa amefungiliwa huko kwake. Look at this. The confidence to do this. We need to look at this. Anyway, mimi sitaki msikilize huyu Chebukati sababu I'm not after listening to Chebukati. I wanted you people to monitor this. Vile watu wametulia hapa sasa. Hii ndio siku sasa nchi inaenda. Wapendwa. Ndio hiyo sasa. Mumepata president elect immediately tu. I want to show, mimi nataka kuonesha shida zenyu zilianza wapi. Ndio hapo. Nataka muone. Shiro Inokrad huko kwa nyumba. Shiro Inokrad. Nataka uone kule shida yenu ilitoka. The day when Kenyan problem started. So Jodila anasema because their sponsors ni watu globalist, watu wa nchi za wazungu. Shiro, I don't think so, but to me he was paying Raida's bad debt ya babake. Shiro Inokrad. Nataka kuwaonesha kule sasa why you are dealing with abduction. Are you ready? Hapo.
Of the Republic of Kenya under the Samoei, chairperson of the Independent Election Boundaries Commission.
Wakenya tafadhali sikieni hapa. I want to show you where your problem started. Where, and from that time now masubari ziko kwenyu. I am showing you the problem. Na musikie vile watu wanapiga nduru. They didn't know what they were clapping for.
Hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the president of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of August 2022. And I'll proceed to sign the certificate.
Aya, si uchawi ni maombi. You can hear the room, Room inasema si uchawi ni maombi. Hata sasa si uchawi ni maombi. You do the same. Si mumechoka naye, you do the same. That is what, and Shiro, I think I have started now agreeing with you. Maombi sasa. Tuombe. Unasikia huko? They are not aware that they are ushering in abduction. They are not aware ni makodi zinasainiwa hapa. Hawana habari, wanapiga nduru huko. Hawana habari. Ni gari za Subaru zinawekewa muhuri. Anyway, I was just trying to show you where our problem started and the issue is the making of a president, because this is a process of making a president. Hii confidence ya Ruto msicheze nayo. It's from another planet. Hii confidence ya kujaza room hapa and to stand with what is in the screen is not a joke. Chaimobi, you need to tell people to do what Ruto did here. You need to unafaa kukua na roho ya chuma na mbao pamoja. How comes Raila has never attempted something like this? And Ruto is aware that he will do this thing and it will stand. Na mnacheza na huyu mtu. Anafanya hivi na anajua story ndio hivyo. Anyway, wacha niwaeke. Alafu sasa nataka pia kuwaonesha wakipewa hiyo karatasi Gachagua kuishika. nataka kuonesha hapo. Oh, Ken Ngigi, see it's not I'm not trying to remind you bad things. But what I'm trying to show you is I'm trying to show you how people force themselves into leadership. Because hii ni kitu inaweza tendeka tena. Jamaa anaweza jisukumilia kwetu. This thing was avoidable. Hii kitu kuna kile nataka kuwaonesha. I don't want to show you everything. Ken Ngigi, I want you to see here. Na nataka muone Gachagua wenyu akijaribu kushika hii karatasi, what will happen. Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka isiyoegemea upande wowote, inayodumisha demokrasia na kura yako zako za usoni. Nataka muone hapa hata Gachagua hata shika hiyo certificate, and we asking why he was impeached.
And of course, the president-elect had a running mate. Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy president-elect. Thank you. I invite the president-elect to make his remarks. And thank you.
Yes, revolutionary, habari yako bwana?
Mzuri, nimekuja tu kukusalimia hapa kidogo.
Okay.
Unajua niko karibu kwenda kwa ile inaitwaje? Ruaraka Waters meeting kali sana.
Okay, ni sawa. Kuna ni agency ama ni ya wapi?
Gen Z, ati Gen Z.
Oh yeah, Ruaraka ni gani? Maybe you can update me nijue hata mimi naweza jikuta huko.
No, ni wengine tu, wewe usijali, lakini tuongee mwanzo.
Oh, okay, ni sawa. You see, I was trying to traumatize Kenyans a little bit hapa kuonesha shida zao zilianza.
Traumatize.
Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri, unajua when somebody gets an accident which was a near death experience. Kama kuna pahali ulikuwa ukufie, occasion lazima ukae ukivisit hiyo pahali. Sababu ukikuwa mtu wa kuvisit hiyo base, kuna vile uwezi ruhusu kitu, ukifika hapo unajua hii ni black spot. So that's a black spot. Mimi ile kitu nilikuwa najaribu kuonesha Wakenya ni ya kwamba hiyo confidence ya Ruto na IBC in 2022 was abnormal.
Yeah.
It was abnormal.
Ndio bila nasema hivi Jiru, au watu wanasema ati hata hii IBC tukiitengeneza, unajua walisha change. Si unakumbuka, is that what we were talking about yesterday? Tulisema kumbuka hao watu wa Azimio walituleta balaa, wakasema ati Ruto should not constitute the IBC mpaka hii NADCO report wasikilizane. Wakatoa IBC wakaleta changes, wakasema ati it was from 7 commissioners to 9 commissioners. Unaona? Wakaenda wakakutana. Saizi hata hiyo commissioner wanachaguana, hawezi, they cannot agree on it. Lakini hizi ni mchezo za town, wanataka kuextend kwa sababu wakumebaki na 20 months. 20 months, ikifika August 9th, we cannot recall MPs. The law says that 12 months before the next elections, huwezi kurecall MP. Sasa ndio naona wana delay hii mchezo. But what I'm saying is this: we cannot reconstitute a new IBC with Ruto as the president of Kenya. Hiyo ni mchezo. Munaeka Ruto na Raila ati wachague refarini nani kwa ile mechi ambayo inakuja 2027. Do you expect to get a fair election? It cannot happen. So mimi ndio maana nasema, kwa nini, hebu jiulize Njiru, kwa nini tumestop kusema ati let's occupy State House? Why? Hata huyo Kio Mtata, I'm starting to be suspicious. Hanifa.
Okay, dakika moja. Nyinyi watu ambao mna support Kio Mtata, you need to listen to this. That's why I actually said here in the program yesterday, Kio Mtata is naturally an activist.
Yes.
Akipambana na serikali sana. And what you know best is what you use to propel yourself to presidency. So there is no way in which Kio Mtata can propel himself as a president if he doesn't use what he knows best. So Kio Mtata is an activist product, and if he has to become a president, he will not get it from boardroom. He has to do it actively way. Go ahead.
Yeah, so ndio nasema Kio Mtata to come out and say that he's running in 2027, it almost means that he's saying tupatie Ruto time from now up to 2027 aongoze, alafu 2027 ikifika ndio tutadili na yeye ikifika kwa ninio kwa election. And I'm saying no, we cannot let Ruto get into even next year. Mtu anatumaliza, anauza kila kitu na anaua kila mtu. Ndio, that's why I'm asking, why is it that we are not mentioning Occupy State House? Kwa nini wakina Hanifa wamewacha kuleta mambo ati twende kwa maandamano tutoe Ruto kwa State House? Na guess what, huyu Kio Mtata amechoose wakina Hanifa ati ndio wakwae part of the exploratory committee yake, presidential exploratory committee. Na ni watu ambao hawaaminiki. Ndio maana mimi nasema the only solution to get an IBC that reflects the ninio ya Wakenya is to first get rid of Ruto through a popular revolution. Gen Z walituonyesha njia. By the way, the parliament since June 25th, ile mess iko kwa ninio kwa parliament ilichukuliwa, which means any law that was made after June 25th is null and void, kwa sababu they don't have any legitimacy. Watu wa parliamentarians. Unasikia? So the next move, na unasikia, that day, let me tell you something that happened, and I was getting this from the ground. Hata Gaito aliandika hiyo kitu. That day, June 25th, vile walimaliza kuchukua parliament, walisema let's go to State House. Waliamua tuende kwa State House. Na guess what? Hanifa na Boniface Mwangi walianza kusema ati rudi nyumbani, watawaua, mtakufa. And guess what? In CBD they were not killing people in CDB, Nairobi CBD. Lakini wale watu walikuwa wametoka Nairobi CBD, Githurai, you saw what happened. Hao ndio watu walikuwa nakutana kwa Kware, walikuwa nauliwa. But the people wanted to go to State House to remove Ruto. Ruto was not in Nairobi. Do you know that? Ruto was in ilikuwa inaitwa aje? Not Sugoi, but somewhere. Alifly out. So what I'm trying to say, Nani, is that mimi na wewe Njiri tukikutana and we get Kenyans, we can remove Ruto. Ruto is a coward. Uoga ni ya nini? Wakina Wandai, before they went to NADCO, unajua Wandai alikuwa anasema nini Njiru? Wandai was saying this, ati Ruto asipokubali hiyo NADCO proposal. And NADCO, by the way, ni mambo ya Raila. He was saying Ruto asipokubali wataenda kwa streets, maandamano. By the way, maandamano ilikuwanga tu Kisumu, Nairobi, hapa na pale. It wasn't even... So imagine Gen Z vile walikuwa nafanya. Sisi wa Kenya tukitoka, tuseme tunataka kuondoa Ruto. Ruto ataenda Congo tonight. He's a coward. Lakini we want to play games. Ndio maana mimi nasema Okia Omtata is the distraction. Hanifa is a distraction. Boniface Mwangi is a distraction. Anyone that's saying is a presidential elect and in your candidate in 2027 is a distraction. Kwa sababu hawataki watu wakusanyike, galvanize to go to maandamano and remove Ruto, because the constitution, the first article of the constitution, the sovereignty of the people, inasema kwamba article 1 subsection 2 inasema we can either exercise this power directly or delegate this power through the judiciary, executive and legislative body. Lakini Ruto amenunua kila mtu. So we want to exercise our power directly by going to the streets and removing Ruto forcefully out of State House. It is constitutional removing through popular revolution. But anyway, wacha ni kuache na hapo.
You see, today I was discussing the making of a president and the processes of making the president. And unaona, you have brought the issues of Okia Omtata and all these other people who are bringing themselves. Let me ask you a question now that we have started suspecting Okia Omtata because he is not coming out clear. So can you tell me, all these people who are saying that they will become presidential candidates, what is their help in the struggle now? That is the issue. What is their help in the struggle now? Like Okia Omtata want to become a president. What is the help of him now?
He is not helping with anything. Okia Omtata is just a distraction. If he's not advocating for the removal of Ruto, he's a distraction. He's not a help. Nasikia. So even though he has a good track record of fighting for Kenyans, if he's not advocating for the removal of Ruto through a popular revolution, Okia Omtata is a distraction to the revolutionary movement. But Njiru, wacha niende kwa hii meeting. Najua niko...
Anyway, thank you. Maybe wapendwa kuambia, you need to tell people you have a channel. Let me give you 1 minute to tell people about that. Wanaweza kuwa kiruka kwako pia.
Haya, my channel is Kenya Revolutionary kama hiyo jina. Mutapata Njiru huko. And I'm also there. You can come mu subscribe, like and comment. Tuongee mambo vile tutatoa Ruto. Sahi, tusingoje 2027. Huyu mtu atatuua kabla tujafika 2027. So we remove him now. So Njiru, endelea na kazi nzuri and I'll see you later. Peace and blessing. Alota.
Thank you. So let's keep on, and thank you for passing by the way. We don't take it for granted. Ukienda pande ya kwako, salimia wateja huko. You know, you are a channel of sane discussion. At least kuna mtu umechanua kidogo. You know, there was somebody who was still claiming or thinking that Okia Omtata can be a solution at the moment, but he has presented himself as an unsolution. He has come as a typical politician. That is the problem which we are having. And I discussed, but those are the issues we were seeing yesterday, but the people are not understanding us. Thank you, at least you have brought it. So enda mkutano. So guys, sasa munaona sasa watu wameanzia sasa kufika kule tuko sasa. Actually, you also need to listen to this, because we were also agitating too much about Okia and all these guys. You see, I said it here. When you have a rogue presidency, the next president is a reward after you fight the rogue one. Inakuanga hivyo. So, akina Okia and Natembea and whoever want to become the president, my friend, hakuna presidency unapata kwa kura without instituting a process to fight Ruto. You know, we are saying lazima tukuje hapa na tupeane solution. I'm giving you solutions. Let me give you examples of Museveni. And during the time of Akina Obote. What did Akina Museveni do? Why do you think saa zingine mnasikianga Museveni akisema yule mtu atanitoa hata yeye aende msitu? I'm not trying to credit it, but why do you think that Museveni is saying kama unataka mimi siwezi tolewa na karatasi? Ama ni watu hamjasikia Museveni akisema hivyo, mimi siwezi tolewa na karatasi. Hii uongozi nilipata kutoka kwa msitu, hata wewe uchukue mabuduki unitoe. Museveni has declared it that way in Uganda. Kama unataka kumtoa uchukue buduki umtoe. Now I'm asking Okiya Omtatah, hiyo kura yako itahesabiwa wapi? You know, I don't understand why these people think we are dealing with a conventional leadership, which has time to negotiate with you or to tell you where to work from. You have to apply the jungle rule. In the food chain, ama food web. Simba, nini food chain, vile unaanzia na ni system ya kukulana. So, if you have to become a president, the easiest way, you have to revote. Hakuna ati story ati ya kusema ati 2027, it is to revote. If not revote, utuambie you have a proper system to institute a proper election as a civilian. Utuambie wewe uko na machinery ya uchaguzi na Ruto hata kuibia. But please, ni vibaya sana upeleke raia kuambia nataka tuende kwa debe pamoja only for their votes not to be counted. Na raia wajikute kwa kuteseka miaka ingine 5. Because we can actually end up there. Tukianzia kufuata blind people. Tunasema haya ni sawa, tumekubaliana ni huyu. Lakini huyu jamaa hana concept ya kulinda kura yake. Tunaenda tunafika pale mbele tunaibiwa. And then we end up losing another 5 years. Already mnaona hii ni miaka 2 hapa tumeteseka, karibu tunatoa nundu. Alafu sasa tufuate mtu blindly, alafu sasa uchaguzi tuponyoke. In the name ya hata tutafute uchaguzi ituponyoke miaka ingine 5. If you are 40 hiyo uko 45. If you are 50 uko 55. Kama msichana wako hajaolewa, by the time anatoka anaolewa. That's how painful political errors are. Let me tell you, hakuna kitu mbaya kama political errors. A political error, na nimesema kama muembo tafadhali, R and R huyu. A political error, it cannot be solved. Political error is time. Even Americans had to wait for 4 years. In politics does not allow sanity of miscalculation. I have to start nianzie kuelimisha hapa kidogo. Ati sasa tunasema ati wacha tu tuende tu hivi blindly, wacha tufuatane ati na Okiya Omtatah ati anasimama, then tupite kule tuibiwe kura. Tukiibiwa kura hiyo ni miaka 5 tumepoteza. Because by the time tunasema tumeibiwa, tumefanya nini, sijui nini, you know, then majambo mengine wanaanza kutokezea hapo, the country is more important than what we are looking for. Mnajikuta miaka ingine 5 mmepotezewa. So there is actually a potential, if we are blind, to follow somebody blindly and we lose this election. That is why as Kenyans we cannot follow people blindly. And that is why lazima kitu ya kwanza, it will be activism to ballot. That is the formula. Nishawapea sasa. It will be activism to ballot. I don't understand the reason why Okiya Omtatah suddenly sasa hiyo Okiya Omtatah ndiye anafaa kukua na activism mbaya. He should be exploding. We should be hearing him everywhere. Akiwa anasumbuana na serikali. And if he is not ready to do that, it's not fair to waste an opportunity for another Kenyan who can do something good. That's why even I said, even people like Akina Okengo, we should not be listening to them. They are not taking us anywhere. Because, na musiseme ati watu wana strategize. In politics, there's nothing like strategy. You don't strategize in politics. Unaingianga, you strategize as you move with the agenda. So, musituambia tuna strategize. Ruto was in the ground for 10 years and alituweza sababu you go solving and you cannot allow yourself tunaambia watu sasa tunajipanga ili nitokezee. How many people wamesema najipanga nitokezee alafu hata they even don't end up even being in the ballot. Hata unatolewa. Tulikuwa na yule Mukisi yule wa ridiculous. Did he not want to become a president? Was he not disturbing us here for close to 2 years akituambia atakuwa rais? Alisimama. So alitolewa kwa ballot. Hata huyo Okiya Omtatah, do you know that it is not a matter kwa ballot? He could be disqualified. by the system. Anzie kuambiwa. So that is why I'm saying, wacha niingize Juria. Karibu Juria. That's why I'm saying we have no laxity of campaign. We are conglomerating on an individual because anatuomba kura. No, it has to be activism to ballot. That is the principle now, because we are not dealing with an unusual person. We are dealing with a viper. We are dealing with somebody who can do anything. We are dealing with somebody who will not give you a platform. Platform ni wewe utaichukua kwa fujo. So there must be a bit of a unusual candidate here. And so far, all of them are playing in the usual ground rules. And ground rules do not apply here. Mumiona Ruto mwenyewe hapa. Ilibidi hata alete watu hapa na anakuja hata na wanajeshi sijui alitoa wapi. Ama ni... Anyway, Julia, I don't want to continue beyond that. But the truth of the matter is that in this story of the making of the president, they are all getting it wrong. Everybody who is claiming that you want to come and oppose Ruto, they are getting it wrong. No one is doing it the right way. And it is good we advise them. We tell them the truth. Unajua sisi tu ni watu tu tunaongeanga tu kwa barabara. So our information could not be serious. It is unpaid for information, but it could be the most important information a presidential candidate can hear. Okio Mtata, if you are hearing me, you have not started doing anything, and it's not fair to waste Kenyans' time. It is now activism and pressure. That is what Ruto needs. There's no way in which that we can talk about when people are not eating, when people are not going to school, they cannot pay school fees, while our animals are being vaccinated with the illegal drugs, when our body parts will soon be taken to other countries, and we are talking about vying. Vying is only in a sane democracy. Judy, I'm done.
Yes, Njiru. Good to see everybody, even those ones in the comment section. Asanteni sana kuwa pamoja nasi. Right now, we don't expect a fair election. Sasa unajua nimesikia unaona ikizungumkuti ya IBC. I think Ruto wants to create a scenario where the Supreme Court will extend his term, because by the time the IBC will be appointed, it will be like they didn't follow the law to appoint it, because I think that must be done before, 2 years before a general election, and there's also the boundaries have not been reviewed for the last 12 years. Sasa kuna makosa, and Ruto ana create so that I think his term is extended. Why am I saying that? Because he's not ready for a free and fair election. So if me, I know that, I'm just wondering why the other contestants who are coming up do not. I hope they know that. So saizi, the person who can remove Ruto ni mtu mwenye hata yeye haoni haja kufuata sheria. Unaona? It's if they play it clean with him, they'll not get anywhere. Sasa mwenye kutoa Ruto saizi ni mtu mwenye aggressive, mtu mwenye close to a dictator. What do I mean? Somebody who is ready, who is promising Kenyans to jail all thieves and hang them, send them to the hangman. Mtu mwenye atakuwa so aggressive that he'll be seen as the savior for Kenya. Mtu mwenye ako the devil, I mean, who is not be afraid of anything. So saizi naona Okia is a good statesman, and he has fought for Kenyans. He has used the law to fight for Kenyan. He has proven himself that he's a man of integrity. But I just wonder whether he can fight this fight. Now, Matiang'i is a tough man, very tough. Matiang'i could be the kind of a man I'm describing. But you know what? Where has he been? That's the question. Unaona, Njiru, Matiang'i worked for very well for Uhuru. Lakini sasa ameenda wapi? Sasa atatokezea tuambie anataka kutuambiaje? A lot has been washed under the carpet, and so much what has gone under the bridge. Watoto wameuawa, all that. Now we want somebody who will come right now and stand with us. Daredevil. Na ndio sababu unaona sio ya Gachagua. you know, it is winning him support, even those who didn't like him, Njiru. Kwa sababu Gachagua amejua sasa ni wakati wa siasa chafu. Gachagua knows that and he's playing it dirty. So wacha niweke koma hapo. That's what I think.
Yeah, so there is somebody who wants us to comment about Morara. It's maybe let me begin by commenting about Morara. I don't know to comment about others because nishakwambia Julia, no one has started yet to liberate Kenya. We need yule mtu tutasikiliza ni yule ambaye anapambana na Ruto direct. If you cannot just become a president from the silver platter at hivyo tu sijui nini. You see, I want to give an example of what was happening in Botswana. You see, Botswana, even though the president has been removed, and Masisi decided to become a very rogue person, this guy who came to defeat him, I think he did not prepare for long. And I think he prepared very well strategically. And that's why somebody like Matiang'i is trying to borrow a leaf from him. But I think this guy had prepared very well strategically. That's why I'm saying, unless you have prepared extremely well with machinery, si ati history ati ya kukuja kutuambia unataka kushindana na Ruto and you don't have machinery. So this guy who defeated Masisi had a serious machinery which could monitor his votes. So hakuna vile Masisi angemuibia. That was the difference. He had even hired those Israeli guys. And now you had actually hata akina Matiang'i wakaona sasa we now need even to have those Israeli guys. Ken Gigi nitakujibia hiyo nitakujibia. And that's why I'm telling you, hao watu ambao wanataka kuomba kura, those are the ones who read revolutions. Huyo anakuja kuomba kura. Huyo ndiye anaanzianga kwenda kwa barabara. And what you do is simple. As a popular Kenyan, you read revolution through action. That's what you do. That's how you read revolution. There are so many things which are going wrong. Unaanzia kusema like a popular candidate, you can like come out useme as a person, if the government will not stop abducting people, people should not go to work tomorrow. And you begin by yourself. Streaming yourself, uende kazi, and you are leading even people, or you say, or if people are going to be overtaxed, people should stop or start boycotting. There must be an action from popular people. That's what I said, because unajua hii vitu see, the popular person has to lead the way, especially in countries whereby the middle class feels as if they are so much entitled. So it's like we have that breakage point of the middle point now, not the middle class. So middle class ya Kenya haina ile maringo ilikuwa nayo kitambo. Sisi hatuwezi andamana. So then as we work on that, you also have another group which is working on you for the litigation measures to protect the saving of life in case the government want to attack people. You have litigants. You can even team up with the lawyers for Unajua, those are some of the things which Kenyans are not doing. You see, the problem why Kenyans are being killed is because we have refused to hire international firms to come and supervise all the deaths which are being done by the government. We have international legal companies. We have companies from France. If you are a serious person and you want to safeguard Kenyans for future, go and hire those international companies. Go and take a company from France and a company from Holland. Wakati wa maandamano wako hapo ndio wanaokota data. Tuone kama hata serikali itapiga hizo risasi. You see, the problem is that you want to use Otieno and Omolo companies who even the government is not respecting. So have those teamwork, have international network. Ukiita maandamano, let's have that international, invite international media. There is a way it can be done. Make sure akina CNN wako hapo, Al Jazeera, invite everybody. Make it anyway. So my assessment about Morara. Morara is still very basic. For me, whatever he is doing is not enough. It's very basic, it's common sense, it's doable. He is doing some civic right duties, but in terms of exposing government's projects, that is not enough. In terms of educating Kenyans, he is doing well. But what I don't want to see him doing is agreeing with the normality, normalizing the rot in Kenya. He cannot agree on that. So Morara, I still don't have details about him. My assessment is still that he has a long way to become an accomplished people's agitator. He has a long way. So I don't have a lot of credibility measure for Morara. There is a lot he needs to do to sharpen himself as a person who can be a civil right. You see, the reason why even in America why people like Akina Martin Luther had an impact is because they were in the ground and walking and being with the people. Sarah Parks, the revolt in Montgomery, anaingia basi na anakalia kiti. At that time, even black people are not supposed even kukalia viti. So we have seen this movement. It's only that us Kenyans, we are pretending. We are just pretending that we don't know. You just need to be the ground. And you help in the revolt. And that is what they are not doing. Sababu wanaona Zakaya atawatumia hizo masubaru na nini, but you do it in conjunction with the international organization. You don't do it alone. Forget about Kenyan institutions because hazitakusaidia. Go and look for international companies. Zilete Kenya, hire them. That's why I was saying, even I think in Ishiro's platform, that you need money to do some of these things. Let's have that agitation, and we have international observers who are observing hata maandamano yetu. You want to tell me that serikali ya Kenya itaua watu wakiwa maandamano, and we have like 50 observers from Europe there? I want to see them shooting people, and we have some observers from somewhere. I don't think they can do it. The problem which we are doing is that we are Kenyanizing everything while we are supposed to internationalize this thing. So these are some of the things. So Okiya Omtata and all the other people who want to become presidents, you are doing it the wrong way. You cannot win it from the boardroom. You cannot win it with those are baby steps you are doing. Everybody has done it the same, including hata Mwaura alikuwa. Mwaura was doing what you are doing. And Mwaura went nowhere. Sio Mwaura mimi. Yule Mwaura wa Wayiga. Where did Mwaura go? Si Mwaura alikuwa ametokezea. Because yes, Mwaura alitokezea sijui nitafanya nini, hawa akina Mwite who was saying that I will be doing what, walijitokeza, but it was typical things, typical issues which you are talking about. So rhetoric is not enough. That's what I want to examine here. Rhetoric is not enough. No, I talked of all media houses. Sikusema moja. I don't trust CNN, but unajua CNN inapenda kuenda nje sana. So I'm saying that because Kenya is a bedroom of CNN. Unajua CNN has mounted their base in Kenya and East Africa because unajua hata they even link with akina NTV. So because wako huku, they can be called. That's what I'm saying. So there is a way out. There's a way out. Revolution can be done. It's only that these people are not interested. And Bwana Ken Ngiga, I have to tell you, they are not interested. Okiya Omtata is not interested in leading people to awakening. They want us to rely on the rhetoric. A time of talking to people has ended. You cannot talk to people when they are dying. They need solutions. That's why now it's not a time for rhetoric that na mtu kwenda kuongea vitu mingi sana pale. I think some people do not understand that wakati wa kuongea ilishaisha. Actually, siasa ya kuongea, it does not sell anywhere in the world. Siasa ya kuongea, it is not longer marketable anywhere. Sasa siasa ya siku hizi ni action. Action. Sawa. Julia, go ahead.
Tunauliza aje maneno ya Morara. Okay, Morara is still young. I saw him talking. Akona point, akona vision. In fact, I believe he will be a leader one of these fine days. And I hope he serves in this next cabinet. Because I think he has a good vision for Kenya. The only that hajafikia place ya presidential candidate. Hajafikia. And it also happens that at this time, we need somebody mwenye akona umanga. Tunajua umanga. Yeah, I think that's what you're trying to describe. Mtu mwenye akona umanga mkubwa. Mtu mwenye hata naambia serikali mtadu, what will you do? Unakumbuka, you remember the days Matiba resigned and Matiba resigned and declared Kenya a multi-party state. I think you are young there, but I was old enough. Matiba resigned and declared Kenya a multi-party state. Na ujue section 2 haiko imetolewa. Juu alimfukuza kwa KANU akasema, I'm resigning from government and from today henceforth I declare this country to be a multi-party state. Kwa sababu watu wakifukuzwa KANU wanaendanga wapi? That kind of guts. So I hope we find somebody. And if Matiang'i wants to vie for presidency, he should come out and fight with us right now for Kenya. Si ati agojee watu wampiganie ndio ajitokelezee. Hapana. So my take about Morara, he'll be a good leader. Most likely, he can be a good governor. Or he can be a good cabinet secretary. That's my take, Jill.
So that's how it is. So Morara, he has a lot of as long as na kitu ingine Morara ako kwa bakery, lakini akishikana na wezi ameisha. Is that simple? Ako kwa bakery, he can become something, but it will depend. It will depend with how it will depend. So yeah, akishikana na wezi he has lost all the leverage which he has gained. That is the problem. Ni kama vile Raila amelose leverage yake ya 40 years by just one move. That's the problem of politics. Politics does not remember. Politics does not remember. Unaweza fanya tu kitu moja tu hivi, watu waseme wachana na hiyo. That's the problem of politics. Politics does not remember. Some mistakes are reason. They are extermination mistakes. One mistake, now umekwisha. So what I'm trying to say is Julia, the problem we are having, we don't have a fighter. We don't have a fighter. Somebody, you see, it's very simple. And that's the reason why unajua hata Ruto anatuhangaisha hivyo. Hata wewe ujiweke kwa miguu ya Ruto. Hauna mtu ambaye who can marshal anything. Are you not going to do what he is doing? Hata wewe Julia, position yourself in Kenya and you are like Ruto. What will stop you do what Ruto is doing? And no one is assembling anti-machinery. No one is doing. Hata Ruto akiangalia hivi, that's why hata saa zingine Ruto hata akituangalia tu hivi, hata akisikia tu kusema Ruto must go, anacheka tu, because he knows Ruto must go and reality are disconnected. There are two things which are like desert and earth, or heaven and earth. Those two things that, yes, Ruto must go, but where is the reality? So, but now Ruto must go has to be activated by these people who are saying that tuwapigie kura. You see, Kenyans are already saying Ruto must go. Why are leaders not actualizing that? So that's why I'm telling you, wa Kenya, usipigie mtu ambaye hajalipia gharama. Gharama is any person who helped you and you are suffering. We cannot vote for you and you did not do anything when Kenyans were suffering. Kenyan problems cannot wait for you to assemble machinery ya uchaguzi. We have to be clear about that. Kenyan problems, these people are being abducted and they are dying. Nimewambia, in January ng'ombe zetu zinadungwa dawa, which will change our life forever. So, are we going to wait for you to be elected president? Hiyo sumiteko ng'ombe zetu itatolewa aje? You know, I don't understand. I don't understand. We have a starting point. That's what I'm saying. People like Akinokio Mtata, they are fake advisors. I'm not hearing them even commenting about these things. That is a starting point. Kukataa. Kukataa. Refusing. Just refuse. Sema ng'ombe za Kenya zidungwe. And I will be in the forefront. And na kama kuna ng'ombe Kenya inadungwa dawa, we are prosecuting the government. Why are we not saying such things? It's so simple if you want to be a president. But if you are not genuine, it's very difficult. If you're not genuine, it's very difficult. And let me tell you, hakuna urais itakuja ikukute hivi. Hata akina Kenyatta ilibidi wapigane huko na mzungu wafanya. I don't know what they did, although some of them wanasemekana hakuna kitu walifanya, but I'm saying there's nothing like presidency in a silver platter. Presidency lazima uitoe kwa meno ya mamba. I don't know why we are refusing to tell these people. Presidency, you have to get it from the mouth of a viper. Being a president ni kama kutoa kitu inamezwa na nyoka kwa mdomo yake. That is what presidency is. So ama president wengine wanapatanga tu viti juria kwa urahisi hivi. It's luck, but in an ideal situation, let me tell you, nataka kuwapia example ya huyu kijana wa Argentina ama huyu jamaa wa Argentina, Milei, who was very unpopular, a university professor. Do you know where he started? He began by being in the grassroots na kupambana na serikali mbaya sana. I want you people, I want to advise you. Enda muone, that's why Okiya Omtata, you are too far. Go and look at Milei and you understand what made Milei a president. Milei, he was busy and he was having nothing. He was just a street walker. I'm talking of Milei now, the current Argentina president. Huyu jamaa alipambana na serikali vibaya sana. He was in the streets daily. So hata ile wakati Milei anataka kukua president, ni watu walienda wakatengeneza chama. Watu walienda wakatengeneza chama, sasa wakamwambia wewe kuja sasa, wewe ndio tumekuwa tukiona, wewe ndio unakuwa rais. I don't know why people are not understanding this thing. So hata akina Okiya Omtata, you don't need exploration. Ni raia atakukujia. But it cannot happen this way. Sasa you now sit in comfort zone. You are there, you sit in comfort zone. So you remember the discussion we had last night about issues affecting our community or nation. Then we have someone who is willing to challenge Ruto head on. No, you see the things which I'm saying, we are having life-changing events. You see, if today Kenyans are poisoned, and there is a possibility of that, ama vitu mbaya zitendeke Kenya, we will live to lament the reason why we could not vote at the right time. Ngigi anasema very true. Most of them are just watching as helpless Kenyans continue suffering, only to come later on to vie for presidential. That's why I'm asking. Kama sahi, unajua, I have asked a very simple question. Ng'ombe zetu zote zinakuja kuwekwa dawa, na hiyo dawa haijafanywa utafiti. We have to be candid about that. So let me take an ideal case. Ng'ombe zote za Kenya zimedungwa dawa, and Omtata becomes president in 2027. Discuss. Julian, wewe nimekuuliza swali. Ng'ombe zetu zimedungwa dawa in January, and in 2027 Okiya Omtata becomes president. Discuss.
I don't know, what will he do? The damage will be done. That's what I would like to say. But so, in other words, I think you are trying to say we need an aggressive person. Okiya has done well. He has fought. He has been consistent. But now we need him to aweke hiyo gia ingine. Unaona gari za kitambo ungekura na gia kwanza, lakini ulikuwa unaenda ukichange gear. Na ukitaka speed iongezeke ulikuwa unaenda gear gani? Gear 5. What gear was the fastest, Jiru, if you ever drove those manual cars?
I don't know.
I think gear 5. So he needs to engage a different gear right now, because Zaka is also trying to, Zaka is trying now to find other ways of surviving. Unaona Zaka anataka kwenda uchaguzi. Wewe umeona hivyo?
You see, Julia, there is something here. I know about that, but there's something I want us to discuss here. You see, Zakayo is doing something we call life-changing issues. Let me tell you, damage ya Zakayo, some of them will be damages forever. Ni vitu za kuishi nazo. So some of the damages which are happening in Kenya, sio vitu za kusema sasa watu waende waka campaign. That's what I tried to, that's what I mean. There is a problem, like, I always, even in some other countries whereby such things which are happening in Kenya, actually amekuja, people revolt. We are having life-changing issues which are happening daily. And because you see, the problem which we are having, unajua kitambo Julia, we had people have a parliament which can defend people. Unajua, you can say, yeah, it is true, we have a bad president. But at least tuko na layer 2, which is the parliament, which can defend us. Tungekuwa na parliament which is functional, tungesema hata kama Zakayo amekubali madawa zikuje Kenya, at least we are sure the parliament itakataa, watapitisha law to outlaw any vaccination ya ng'ombe zetu. But is that situation the ideal? So are you going to wait for an election in a country whereby the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are working in the same voice? That is death. Tukaribisha acha kidogo. Unajua in fact if serikali ya Kenya ikiconspire kutuua wote, they will make it. Julia, sasa nimekuambia, if Kenyan government today decides to kill everybody, they will do it. They will do it. They have all that it needs to do all they need. I have never heard in the history of the world where the 3 organs of the government are speaking the same thing. We are in a bad territory. I wish Julia people can understand what is beckoning at us. The 3 arms of the government are speaking the same language. That is death. Anyway, wacha tukaribishe Ashley, usiende tutarudi. Ashley, hebu ingia.
Hi, Njiro and Julia and everyone watching. I wanted to stay nikiwa mtazamaji, but I think I could not just hold you criticizing Okia Omtata, because Okia Omtata did not bring himself front. I wish you'd go and look at his history, how he became or how he's announced his candidacy. The Gen Z looked for him and asked him to be their candidate. So it's not him. And Okia has always fought, even before he became senator, for the rights of the Kenyans. So it's not like he's just started. And all the things that you said he's not fighting for, he is. So it just looks like you don't follow him. So you are giving things that you think he's not doing, not facts that you know that he's not doing. Because if you go to the most recent interview he did with Lynn Ngugi, all the things you've discussed he has, and he has opposed. And one of the things he has said, yes, he's putting his ring, like in 2018, when Raila said into the election, the Uhuru still went and he became president. So even if whether he says he will run or not in 2027, there will still be an election. So refusing to participate in it or not, I don't see where it becomes akue mzalendo akatae kuparticipate if it's going to happen. Okia Omtata by himself, as we all know, doesn't have many followers. So it is those people who believe in Kenya, in a free Kenya, who will give him power. You see, like in the book of Revelation, they talk about the dragon. And the dragon is the one which will come and give the beast the power. The dragon is the one which will force people to worship the beast. Because it looks like the beast by themselves, they cannot be able to get that power. But the dragon will be so powerful that he will force people to obey the beast. What am I saying? As Kenyans, we are the ones who can give Okia Omtata the power to do what we want him to do. Just him by himself, he can't do it. It's just like the way Raila is given power by the people who follow him. If he went and said, we are not going to do this, and nobody followed him, even Ruto would not have time for him. His power comes from his followers who are ready to die for him. So if you do not give Okia Omtata the power, even the little that he has, you're trying kumtoa pumzi, then you are doing self-defeating. mechanism, or else some of us are even in the closet. We are being paid to look like we are opposing while we are actually not opposing. Because Ukia didn't start yesterday, he didn't start last year, he didn't start 10 years ago. He's done this thing for more than 20 years. So we cannot question his loyalty. We can't at all. If you don't know his history, take time and research it. That's not something you can even question. He did it for no money. All that time, school alikuwa anaambia Ruto, I came to you to see you and you gave me 30,000 and you didn't know that I didn't have money. That was not yesterday. That wasn't last year. That was not 5 years ago. So he didn't start now. And by the way, he doesn't even want to be president. The Gen Z asked him to be their president. And he told them, if you promise to support me, then I will think about throwing my hat in the ring. So let us get the facts right. And then at least when we are talking against somebody, then we are not falsely accusing them. And then we are not accusing the few people who have the dignity left. And he can get power, but we have to give it to him. So if we withhold it from him, then we cannot accuse him of not doing that which he cannot do. Some people are realists. They cannot do what. Sasa tunakip tukisema, Ruto must go. Enda kwa kitanda yako ukipukimba, Ruto must go, and let's see where he's going to go. If you're in America, if you're in a foreign country, and then you keep saying Ruto must go, and you're not taking a flight to go and join them, then you have then no right to ask those people on the ground to do anything, because the difference between you and someone in Kariobangi and someone in South Sea and someone in Milgoris is the distance. Haujafungwa miguu, na kama una fare pia wewe tunaweza kuchangia. You go to the ground, and then now you can accuse those people on the ground that are not doing what they are doing if you are on the ground and you're doing it. So let us be realistic. Because when we become realistic, then we will be able to solve this problem. The other thing, if you do not want to shed your blood, then don't expect someone else to shed theirs. Even Martin Luther King led from the front line. And that is the problem with us who are advocating for people to go to State House. We are doing it on our phones, or we are doing it on the online. Let us take those flights and go to the ground and call us from the ground and tell us to come and join you. Then we will know that you also are serious. Let me tell you, the Bible says the same measure you use to judge will be used against you. So if you want to be serious, you go to the ground. You're telling Okia to be serious. You too, you go to the ground and you call us from the ground so that we know you also are ready to die for the country. Okia is not more Kenyan than you are. So where is your personal responsibility as a person? Where is my personal responsibility as a person? I believe that we can do this administratively, that we don't have to shed blood that we don't need to shed to get Ruto out of office. There are many ways to kill a cat. I believe that. And that is why we shouldn't be so lazy to take the easy way out, because it is easy to motivate poor people to go to the street. But have you sat down? Have you thought? Have you schemed of another way that we can get Ruto out? Because that's not the only way. There are other ways. But we have to think. We have to use more energy to come up with those other ways. And that is why we don't want to do them. So that's my presentation. The other thing I want to say about Morala, the other day some of his people in his group, more than 20, came out, and I don't know how many have listened to them. They say all the money that is raised, Morala does not share with his team. Even when they are taking cars, he does not fuel their cars. They fuel their own cars. When they go to eat, he doesn't pay their bills. Everybody pays their bill. When they go to sleep, everybody pays their bill. If you cannot afford some of the hotel that they are staying in, you are allowed to go to a hotel that you can afford. And he has not given a cent to anyone for anything. He keeps the money himself. You tell me, is that a baby that you're giving time to grow? Is that somebody you want to get into office who is already being dishonest even before he gets there? That's why we need to interrogate the kind of leaders we want. Imagine him doing that now. Can you imagine him with CDF? And this Matiang'i is doing what Kindiki was doing. And that man is the one we want, and we want to go and beat Ruto so he can take over. I mean, if we are going to replace Ruto with Matiang'i, let us stay with Ruto. I don't see the need. The difference is, who is it going to eat? Is it Ruto who will eat or kill our people, or is it Matiang'i who is going to kill our people and eat? Because he has blood on his hands. There are so many people who are thrown at Ribayala when he was Interior Secretary, Cabinet Minister. We have not been told who they were and what their crimes are. We know that Baby Pendo was killed at his orders. We know that a school was tear gassed on his orders. So the same thing Kindiki did, Matiang'i has done. Is that the qualifications that we are looking for in a presidential candidate, that we vilify someone like Okia Omtata? Thank you.
Njiru, may I say something? Njiru, niongee? Sawa, okay. I think Njiru is not trying to criticize, okay, I mean, or like just shut away Okia Omtata. According, okay, Njiru, if I'm wrong, you correct me. The way I got Njiru is that Njiru expects people to put on a higher gear. Okay, not just sit and announce I'm vying for presidency, and that is it. That the way I got Njiru is that he's trying to say that Ruto is not the kind of a person you just beat by saying, now I have a presidential team and now I'm vying for presidency. They need to engage another gear. All of these people, even Okia Omtata, in fact, personally, I feel that he needs to engage another gear. He has done good. He has done well. He has been consistent. He's above board. We can't say that he has been corrupt in any way. So if Kenya was a democratic country, he'll be the kind of a person that we want at the helm, like the president, because we shall say that he shall lead by example. But for this kind of, I think, and I hope this is what, I'm not misinterpreting you. For the war and the battle that lies ahead of us, I think each one of these people needs to put an extra gear. That is what I understood about Njiru. Now, if I'm wrong, Njiru, you can correct me. Now, about Morara, I saw that clip, and this is what I'm asking myself, Ashley. Why are you accompanying Morara if you feel he's not giving you money to spend? Then stop following him. Me, I refuse to buy that clip. I just think that people in Kenya can be bought to say anything and bring somebody down. Personally, that is what I think. Anything is possible. I am not saying Morara did not do those things, but I just want to give him the benefit of doubt that, in fact, there are people who have been fighting Morara from the word go. Now, if he raised money and people gave him money, they did not specify whether they gave that money to him to eat with the wife or to use for transport. And there was nothing official that this person was supposed to be given this and that. If you follow this person and you want to be part of his entourage, and he doesn't pay for your accommodation, I think you should withdraw and go away and do your other business. So if they are coming to say that he did not give us money, he made us use cheap hotels, that is also cheap for them. That is cheap for them. It's like me going to my church and telling my pastor doesn't share his dinner with me, yet we raise money in that church. Then I should walk away from that church because that was free will. So I think these people have been bribed to castigate that young man and to bring him down. I'm not trying to say that he's above board. I am yet to know exactly who Murara is. So that's why I said he's in school and that he needs time to maturize in politics. He's also young as per age. In fact, guys, let me say this. I think we are too harsh on Morara. Morara is less than 30. I don't know how we were behaving when we were 30-year-old or less than. All of you try and sit and think and remember the things you did and said when you are 30-year-old or below. But that is a child. In all means. In experience, in fact, he's a very brave young man to be daring Ruto at his age. He's very brave. and resilient and courageous, and he needs a pat on his back and encouragement. So I think saying that he's yet to grow, he's a child, he's below 30, and he has a long way to go in life. All of you here, remind yourself how you behaved when you were below 30. How are you behaving? How did you handle your relationships, your children? How did you handle? Some of us, when we were below that, is when we just had babies and we did all those sorts of drama trying to experiment with our babies. We were not doing it so because we wanted to do so. It is because we were ignorant and we had so much to learn. The things I did when I was below 30, I cannot do them now. And how I saw things when I was below 30, I cannot see it like now. Because even as years go by, you see a lot of things and you learn so much. So Murara, at his age, I am impressed. I'm telling you, actually, at his age, I'm impressed. I'm so
Let
impressed.
me ask you.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Sorry to interject.
Yes.
I think I'm not talking about the maturity issue. I'm talking about the credibility issue on the money. Because even before the people spoke, as a businessman, he says he's a businessman, and he also says he's an attorney. If you're either of those things, would you mix your personal money, like now the way he has people sending the money to his personal account? Even in his business, I am sure he has 2 separate accounts, one for business and one for his personal account. As an attorney and as a businessman, that is a given. So when he has people sending this civic money to his personal account, already for me, I see that as something.
Let me ask you, why were they sending him money?
It was for, okay, that's a good question. If it was just a thank you, it can be sent to his personal account. That's a very good question, actually. But if it was for civic education, sending it to his personal account would not be wise. That he would actually know that.
Okay, if it was for civic education or not for civic education, who was doing this civic education? Is it an organization or it's just Morara?
Morara and his team, and that is why, and it's good that you're asking those questions. I think that's where the difference comes in. Morara and his team. So when he goes with his team, and I don't see, by the way, they said even the other guy who was next to him, engineer somebody, also left. They left. So if it is for Morara and his team, the least he could have done, wherever they are going, he should fuel the cars, not only his, because when he collects, he says it's for fuel. And I would like to see someone who fundraise for him. Did they fundraise only for Morala or him and his team? At least where they are.
What were they fundraising? First, you know me, I have a problem with all these people complaining. Actually, if they don't want to fundraise, they should stop fundraising. I mean, they should stop sending money.
That is not, you can't do that when someone wants to be a leader. Some of these little things are what we see, what kind of a leader he is. If we are giving him money to say thank you, that is different. He can put in his account. But if it is for civic education, it should be on another account, and it shouldn't just be for him. It should be for him and his team. That is where the difference is. So if we can get to those specifics, then we can know if he cannot be faithful with that little, how then can he be faithful when he's given a leadership position? That has nothing to do with age, because we've seen even young children below 5 who are honest, they will say the truth, and they don't even know the perception of being honest and whatever. So that being honesty has nothing to do with his age.
I know, but I just have a question, even with those who are complaining, those who are driving around with him, those who are, I think Ashley, why there is this fight Morara thing is because they all want to share the loot. As usual, Kenyans are like that. So they think that he's benefiting so much because people are sending him money, and maybe even the money that people send him is not even in fact, let me say, Ashley, I even highly suspect the money that people send him is not even enough to run his campaigns. It's not even enough to run his own vehicles or accommodations. I just highly suspect that. So I think the issue here is the sharing of the loot. Like maybe they think he collects so much money, just like what happened to Hanifa. Hanifa raised some substantial amount of money when she was paying for hospital bills, and then people came up to scandalize her. And you know why people scandalize each other is because they think they should also share that loot. That is the attitude of Kenyans. So two reasons are because if people think Morara is not accountable, then those who think should stop funding him. Me, if I'm going to a church and I think the pastor is not responsible, I will stop funding. Why sit there and whine that, oh, my money is sijui nini hata hatukununua nini? Why do that? So me, I still think that it is just a smear campaign against that young man, and people are doing all sorts of things to smear. In fact, we've not gone anywhere in Kenya. We have not made any milestones in anything, and yet now the smear campaigns are left and right. You know, the smearing, even talking up, even Matiang has his own ills. For example, having worked under Uhuru and Ruto, he's definitely implicated in all the nasty things that happened in the security department, the killings of Baby Pendo, the killings of and protesters and all that. He's obviously implicated, whether he gave the commands or not. He was the cabinet secretary for Interior Cabinet Secretary. But then, when people now come out to say Matiang cannot do this, but in fact, if we are to give numbers to all these people, I think Matiang will still stand out. Or if we line them up, the Gachagwas, the Kalonzos, the others, he will still stand out somewhere as a performer, because irrespective of the fact that he's implicated for having worked in Uhuru's government, he also proved that he could perform when he worked in that same government.
Okay.
So I don't want to smear them, but rather I would want to take Njiru's approach and say that anybody who wants to lead Kenya, because the discussion today was what qualities do you want for a president? Anybody who wants to lead Kenya, first, I agree with you, Ashley, they should show by example. They should show high level of integrity, that you don't have to pinpoint them that Mara alifanya hivi, Mara alifanya when he was like this, when he was working under this person, he did 1, 2, 3. But then, if he should engage a higher gear, because right now Penya Tuko, it is when people say, when they're saying the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That's what I wanted to say.
So actually, you'll come back again. Don't worry about anything. Wacha Melchizedek aseme kitu. We will do another round. Sasa, where we will purely be looking at advanced issues. Okay.
Okay. Yes, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I hope you're doing well. I heard how our ladies are talking, and it's very nice and very encouraging. I want to say that I want to talk about Morara a little bit, because it's like it's in my age, it's my age mate. Because I heard when Ashley saying something there about age and about the things that is taking place. When vividly we remember how Morara started this game, or this exposure or everything, he started alone. No one was there. When he was starting this issue of exposing Ruto's and the government projects, everybody was there looking how he was doing his own things. Then I don't know what happened after. I heard that now he has people that with him, because tunasemanga kidole kimoja huwa haivunji chawa, but this kidole ambayo ilikuja has ruined this guy's mission by giving some advice unnecessary and necessary, which I don't know the way Sometimes we can talk in the social media, we can discuss, but we don't know what is there on the ground. If we are talking about Murara and Ruto himself, walikuwa pamoja na yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema, sio sisi wala sio watu wengine. Wakati yenye alikuwa anafanya inaitwaje, mahojiano pale kwa TV, alisema kwamba alikuwa mmoja wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya kampeni kama alikuwa university. I hope you have that clip. So when we are talking about someone, mtu kama huyo, we have to be very careful with him 100%, because labda anaweza fanyia mtu, ama anaweza fanyia Wakenya, ama anaweza fanyia yeye mwenyewe. Kuna vitu tatu ambavyo tunafaa tuangalie vizuri. Hata sisi tulishakuwa kwa kampeni, tumeijua vile hizo vitu zinaendeshwa. So maneno ya pesa ambayo watu wanawapeana, yeye ndio alianza hizi vitu, na watu walikuwa wamesema ya kwamba tunataka kumsaidia ili aendelee na kazi ambayo alikuwa anafanya. Hata mimi nilitoa pesa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya nini, wanachanga. Juu mimi nilikuwa najua vitu zenye alikuwa anafanya, alikuwa anafanya asaidie Wakenya kujua ni nini inaendelea vile alianza. All of a sudden alichange, akasema ya kwamba anataka kuwa nini sasa, president. Hapo ndio alikosoa ama alikosa. Na this is the reality that kila mtu ambaye ametoka kukuwa president ama kukuwa whatever, there is something ashaona kwamba anataka kufanya. Wale ambao wametoka wote sahi, they want to vie for presidency. Mtu ambao tunaweza sema ako genuine kwa sababu hatujui nini yake vizuri ni yule anaitwa nani? Yule wakili ambayo anatetea wananchi. Anaitwa nani? Kama nimesahau jina, but mnaweza kunikumbusha. Okia, yes. That's the only person tunaweza sema, kwa sababu hatujasikia any contradiction or any bad side kutoka kwake. Wale wote ambao tayari wametokelezea wanataka kukua, tuko na bad side of them, na tunajua ya kwamba, for example, Matiang'i alikuwa mkubwa wa polisi, alikuwa anatumia nguvu asiyefaa kwa wananchi. That one indicates that akikuwa president atakuwa the worst, if on my side. Wakina Kalonzo wamefanya vitu zao, so we don't care about them because what they have done is enough for us. That's why we came out with the idea that what can we do to move these old politicians so that we can have people that can make Kenya to be Kenya when we already understand this is what we want to do. Because sincerely speaking, vitu ambazo zinafanyika Kenya ni wale ambao walianza siasa kutoka kitambo na bado wako kwa hiyo siasa mpaka leo, na wana recruit wale ambayo wanaonga, na hao ndio wanaharibu tena sana. One of them ni huyu jamaa anaitwa Murara, if I'm not wrong, and nilikuwa kwa kampeni kwa watu wengine, so maybe tulishakutana nao, bado tulikuwa wadogo, na sio hata wadogo. Hii campaign, hii government yenye tuko, I was there na nilikuwa na kampenia anaitwa Gladys Wanga. So each and every time that we talking here, we are just talking through social media, but when we are on the ground, we say something else. Let us be realistic. Let us say the truth and stand firm and saying that this is something that will make Kenya to grow or will make Kenya to go down forever if we are not careful with all what we are doing, because tunaweza piga kelele hapa asubuhi, mchana, usiku, but at the end of the day things are the same. So the only thing that we want to know nowadays is which way forward and how after this, what next. I hope it will help us to understand where we are going to. But when we are just talking, we are just saying, oh, mtu alisimama, huyu ni mtu wa hivi hivi. These all people, they have done their part. They are like our fathers. And if we give them that freedom that they want to endelea na hiyo corruption ambayo wako nayo, wataendelea nayo milele na milele, na tutapata nafasi ya kusaidia wale wamama ambayo wako nyumbani wanateseka, kwa sababu hawajui ni nini inaendelea. Sahii macho yetu imefunguka, tunaona what is happening. Tukienda nyumbani kaa sisi tuende tuambie mama, hii ndio kitu inaendelea na huyu ndio anafanya hivi, it will be very easy for us to change Kenya. But if we are just talking, hakuna kitu yenye tunaendelea kufanya. Nawaambia, kwa sababu wamama zetu hawako kwa mama zetu ambao hawako kwa social media. We have to go on the ground and talk about this thing before this issue of 2027 comes. I hope nitaacha na hapo, mtu anaweza endelea.
Okay, ni sawa Melchizedek, kama uko na time nitakuleta tena. I want now to nataka to explore maybe I can begin with Ashley. Ashley, you know, when we are talking about a president ama tukiwa tunaongea rais we usually have a typical environment whereby you have time to explore character huyu mtu amekuwa akifanya nini. Now we have a person in the name of Ruto. The other day ulisema Ruto kuna uwezekano hata pea mtu that environment to campaign because he is a vicious man kama vile his deputy the former alimu describe. So based on that, can we analyze what are the attributes of a person who wants to vie in a country like Kenya with the conditions as they are now? Huyo mtu anafaa kukuaje? Maybe you can help me understand. How can you be able to be a presentable person, or maybe how should you present yourself to Kenyans in using the Kenyan current environment?
You just have to be invisible, like Wanjigi. Anyway, I'm joking. In this current environment, we can't. That is why the people who have learned that are saying we need God. Because in this current environment, we then have to get used to a President Ruto for a long time. Because even in 2027, he will not let anyone campaign. He will do what he has been doing to Gachagua. There will be no campaigns. He'll make sure those people in Mashinani who know no better stay that way. Because they still don't know what's going on and they're still looking onto him, and he will make sure it stays that way. Unaona in Eldoret, siku wanatoka kuna watu wanakujanga na marungu, unaona they just walking around, they will do that. So we really need an intervention. We need something to happen he can't be in the equation. Now, let me tell you where Omtata, everybody has their own way of doing things. Omtata cannot be Raila. He can't call meetings, but he has his way that na ile kitu inafanyanga tukosane is me trying to copy you or trying to copy Melzed, I don't know how to call him. I call him anyway, I know his other name, but I just call him Mel or Julia. I can't be any of them. And sometimes I might come strongly, like the way I just spoke, but I wasn't against you. Maybe I just gave my opinion a little in a way that made me seem like I know where you're coming from, but people are different, and we need to accept them the way they are and use their strengths that they have, and we bring ours. And that is how we complement each other. Someone like Okia Omtata, he's very strong in court. He has a lot of successes that he has had for our country. Some we don't even know in court. Kitu moja amesema atafanya, and I would welcome anybody that is listening to go and listen to this interview he did with Ngugi. Alisema hata meno ameshatolewa in the name of the country a long time ago. He has fake teeth at the front. So he has marks to show where he has been. He has taken a punch or two for this country called Kenya. It's things I didn't know until I watched Ngugi. So he said one thing about the NADCO report, for those who are thinking that they want to put someone like Kalonzo, he sat down and agreed that they have a mobile polling station. Mobile polling station means that someone can come there with a car and say that there was a polling station there and drive off with that car with the ballots. I don't need to explain to any Kenyan what that means, or anybody with a sane mind, how that can be an avenue for stealing. So what I've heard him say there and in other forums is that he will take that issue to court. So those are the small things that the big things that we need to be addressing about those mobile polling stations. Another thing he has said he will do through the courts, and that is where, Nasi, he's not even agenda shule kukua attorney. By the way, he doesn't even have a degree, I think. He has a diploma. But he has said he will go to court and ask that, according to the constitution, that our elections are supposed to be decided at the polling constituency level. So I don't know whether that can be happening, but he has said he'll fight it in court. That properly, like they do in America, when they call the elections at the polling station. So when it's called at the polling station, you see, instead of going, anasema he wants Bomas to be, yani that Bomas itolewe kabisa, because it's not even constitutional. The person at Bomas is just supposed to announce what has already been known and announced at the polling station. Bomas is just supposed to make it official. But at the polling station, you should get the results and know who won immediately after they tally the results. So those are two things that he's fighting about. And he said, there's no need of going to any election when these two things are not addressed. So if the court can agree to address these two issues, that the results will be announced at the polling station at the constituency level instead of at the national level, because votes are actually stolen when there's during transition from the constituency level to Bomas, to the national level. So if they can be announced at the constituency level, it will limit that stealing, and also to avoid the mobile polling stations. So those are things. Okay, one more thing I wanted to talk about is leadership has three ingredients. There's competency, which Julia talked about Matiang'i. I am not refusing he's competent. Commitment, he may have commitment, but he lacks character. So can we ignore character because he's competent? Can we ignore character? I mean, can we ignore the character because he's also committed, or because he has the oomph to be able to take Ruto out? We have to ask ourselves that, because a leader can be competent but has no character, which drives behavior. Character drives behavior. And one thing we have noticed, like if you look at character, character tells us what we can do. Commitment is what we want to do, and character is what we will do. Now, the last thing I want to say about character, I'm trying to read somewhere. Character is the way someone thinks, someone feels, and someone behaves. I want to take the issue of Matiang'i and Miguna. He was CS Interior. As the CS Interior, what is the work of a CS Interior on a criminal or someone who is suspected to be doing a crime? He arrests and he can imprison or jail, and then he takes the person to court, which decides if this person is guilty or not. But Matiang'i, as the CS of Interior, arrested Miguna, and he decided to adjudicate whether he was guilty or not, and decided that he's not a Kenyan. Took his passport, mutilated it, imprisoned him against the court, refused to present him to court, dragged him, and took him out of the country. Not to Canada, but to Saudi Arabia, and dumped him there. And even when the court gave Miguna permission to come back and decided, as they should, that he is a citizen, instead of them appealing, he decided that his character, you think, you feel, and you behave. So he's behaving as the judge and decides that Miguna is not a citizen and he will not have him back. And we all know Miguna did not come back, and he was put on a red alert. So they misused power. They put him on a red alert. He came to the country and he was not allowed in. So Miguna was working under Uhuru as a man of character. Why did he not resign? Let me tell you guys, if you make the mistake of electing such a man with such character that you already know as president, you will be crying even harder. Because one thing about Ruto, I said the other day, he's afraid. He has people he wants to impress, who is called the white man. I don't think that this other man called Matiang'i has the same problem. He doesn't. So to blackmail him or to push him to do something will not be as easy as Ruto. You think Ruto is bad, get Matiang'i in there, then you will know the definition of bad. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, yes, Julia, do you have a discussion about what makes a president? Because I think this is a very open space. There is a lot to discuss.
Yeah, a lot of what we have all said, people of integrity, somebody who's above board, somebody whose yes is yes and whose no is no. And I think someone who we can trust for the resources of Kenya, and somebody who we can trust to implement our constitution to the letter. Have I answered your question?
No, we are discussing. So we are trying to portray. And do you see somebody, and then mirror that to whoever want to be a president in Kenya, or who has ever been a leader in Kenya?
Currently, like I said again, only Omtata stands, maybe because he has never had a chance to serve. So maybe we have not been able to judge him enough. So I am wondering if Omtata was the cabinet secretary for Interior, Ashley, when Uhuru was president. Do you think things would have been different? Maybe I would want to throw that to Ashley. If somebody like Omtata was the cabinet secretary, or if it was one of us.
Let me say the way I know I judge from history. I'm not going to give a hypothetical. When he told Ruto, "You're my friend," you know, when they met during the finance bill, he told him, "You're my friend, but this thing that you have done is against the constitution. Please rectify it. If you don't, I will see you in court." I would expect him to do the same as the CS Interior, because I saw him act that
Would you
way.
expect him to resign? Because in that case, if you don't agree with the government of the day, then you should resign.
Either he would resign or even he would take him to court and report him as a witness. Maybe even do both. Yes. And I'm saying that going by what he told Ruto face in his, I've never seen anyone, even Gachagua, come and tell Ruto, this is wrong. Please change or I'll see you in court. And guess what? It wasn't empty. Kama zile za Raila. You see, Raila is saying that he's been disrespected or whatever, he's been taken for granted. When you make a threat, and that's why I don't like when Gen Z keeps saying they shall not believe. Hold that thought until you will back it up. You know, even they should not be saying, oh, we are going to the street every time. No, the day you say, let Ruto shake and ajikojole because he knows ni kubaya. So when Okiya Mtata told Ruto, you better change, you're my friend, you gave me 30,000, but I'm going to take you to court if you keeping this. And he, true to his word, he went to court. That is what the kind of leaders we are lacking. Or even ourselves, when we say we are going to the streets, let us not say that unless we mean it.
Okay, yeah, I hope you do that, because I think in the situation of those who worked for Uhuru and Ruto, they had no option but to resign if they meant to implement the rule of law. Especially if you see there was so much corruption and all that. I mean, if they worked in that same government and they saw what was happening, if they meant to implement the constitution, then they should have resigned and walked away. Like what Mother Karua did in the days of Kibaki, when Akina, this Nyeri man, Murungaru and the others were stealing left and right. So I would expect that kind of a person. That is the kind of a president that I would look forward to. But then again, the president needs the masses, especially a president of a country like Kenya. The masses that of a resilient person and a person who can engage an extra higher gear. I think that is a character that we are kind of trying to look for. Okiya Mtata, maybe with time he'll build it up. Somebody who can engage an extra gear, some muscles, especially for Kenya right now, because we are expecting the next president will jail for us. All those criminals, those who have killed the Gen Z, those who have stolen our money, we want to see them. We want to see them have their day in court. That is what we want. We look forward. We don't know someone who will come in to be friendly. Hatutaki mtu kama huyo saa hii. Tunataka mtu mwenye atahakikisha haki imetendeka kwa Wakenya waliokufa in the name of protest, our resources, those who have stolen us, still stealing our resources. So I am just wondering whether Okiya Mtata can do that. I'm just wondering. Maybe we are judging him too early. Gino, I'm seeing your message, but I guess maybe do you want to end the show? Okay, go ahead, someone else. Yes, Ashley.
Julia, I wanted to say, even me, the only reason I choose Okiya Mtata is two reasons. Most of the leaders we've had, or the presidents, even our leaders, they lack rule of law. They don't obey the rule of law. They don't uphold the constitution. Those are things that he has shown in his way, even as a senator. You know, the senators, they keep quiet. Even as a senator, he has still stood on those grounds. These others, I am with you that I don't see him being strong in those areas. And at the end of the day, I think Mungu anataka tumrudie. You know, like even when they were choosing someone to take over from Saul, they brought all the big sons of the house of Jesse. And when they brought David was so small. But that God said, I look at the heart. I don't look as man looks on the outward. So I think as people, anybody who believes in God, we need to go on our knees so that God can reveal. Huwezi kosa in our 50 million people or billion, how many we are, that there is nobody. But Mungu ndio anajua huyo mtu yuko wapi. And in this time when they are bringing this fake Prince of Peace can only be Jesus. So we can be brought a lot of what was Shetani. They are very busy right now. That's something else I wanted to say. it is so scary. They are very, very busy actively wanting to impose on us. Kitu mmoja watu wanasahau is that when the Antichrist comes, they will fake everything that the God does. And they will say this Antichrist is like God. And he will even start performing miracles like God. A lot of people will be deceived. So I think even the way we are in this Apo Tuko, God wants us to go back to him. Because even I, like Julia has said, those things that you're saying, I see nani hana hiyo capacity ya kuchallenge Ruto Okia. But I feel safer with him, our constitution, safer with him. But if him and somebody else a little stronger than him can be on the ticket for him to safeguard our constitution and the rule of law. Those two are the only reasons I go for him. And then somebody else to be able to take out Ruto. Like if he had like a running mate who is strong, like assuming, I wish someone like Babu Owino didn't shoot somebody. If somebody with that kind of charisma and him would make a perfect team, but we don't know who that person is. Lakini there can't be ati hakuna. That person just has to be revealed to us, and that is what us Christians need to pray. Or ula mtu anaombanga Mungu wake aombe Mungu atulete huyo mtu, but in the meantime I don't see that person.
Yes, you are right, Ashley. I think there is a hidden person that we shall see soon, because our what, and me, I'm also looking forward for a revolutionary person. Unajua, I was trying to convince Innocent yesterday that what I don't like with these elite politicians, they are so rigid. Unaona, we are looking for somebody who believes that all Kenyans can access clean water. Si mtu mwenye atatuka status quo. Unaona, we are looking for somebody who believes that we can have good roads in all parts of Kenya. Kenya is a very small country, smaller than Texas. We are looking for somebody who believes that all Kenyans can walk to the nearest school and go to school without paying a single coin. In fact, we are looking for somebody who believes that that can be done within less than 5 years. Now, Kitambo, when I was growing up, we used to go to public dispensaries. We never used to pay anything. We are looking for someone who believes that can work again. Like, tukue na mahospitali ziko na dawa, watu wanaenda tu wanatibiwa without being asked any money. We are looking for that person who believes that that is possible. Si mtu mwenye atatupatia hadithi ndefu ati mara tulikopa. The way Gachagua and Ruto came in trying to tell us that there was so much money borrowed so that Kenyans were going to continue going hungry. We don't know those kind of stories za kitambo, za tene. So we are looking for a revolutionary person. And we are looking for a revolutionary person who will jail the criminals, not caring kama atapigwa kura the second term. Aseme, I'm ready to sacrifice my second term, but I'm going to jail every criminal. I'm going to send them to jail now. Huyo ni nani? Na mwenye hana uoga, unaona? So why is that person? So I'm not saying Okia Mtata is a coward. I just want him to engage another gear. Na Mungu pia mpatie sauti hata ya mdomo.
Na kama si yeye, Mungu atulete the right person to do those things. But in the meantime, we really need to pray, because if we don't, hawa watu wanaanza kusema sijui kuna God amesema hivi, kuna Prince of Peace anatayarishwa, wanaitisha 300 virgins. I am telling you,
are they crazy or something?
I'm telling you, what they want to bring is the unajua watu wanakipwa kisema Kenya will be the first, will be the revival springboard. Now, what to fikiria, it is a revival gospel. I sat down and thought about the election that just got completed in America. Do you know how even the American Gen Z, they are so in the dark? For the first time, hata ndio Ruto anakasirika na wa Kenya, how they become enlightened, how they know things. Hata kama hii nini inauzwa, normally people would not bother. Yeah, already revival is in Kenya. Na hiyo revival ya Gen Z imeanza kwenda other countries, but it started in Kenya because hakuna Gen Z wengine wako that politically aware. We keep thinking revival means revival in the gospel world, but it also be the political world. And if that is so, then Kenya is the springboard of that revival because it has already begun. There is no other country in the world where people are so knowledgeable about what the country is doing. And it is not only Kenyan government that does things. Kuna zingine, even kwingine, ukianza kujua maloza huko, unastuka what is going on. Even in America itself. But they don't get involved. They just come na hizi za juju, amjui the nitty gritty. And our politicians do not want you to know those things. Because if you know those things, kama hii Adani should have gone through. But because of the youth engagement, it hasn't. And they are not happy about it. So revival has already come. But the only other thing that I've noticed is that Kenya has become like Sodom and Gomorrah. And for the Antichrist to be revealed, evil will become normal. He has to floor. Ni kama vile bacteria stays in a place where there is dirt. Satan will only come in a place full of evil, where everybody is for themselves, where evil is just the norm of the day. So for anybody calling themselves a Christian, you need to pray to root out evil in Kenya. And if Ruto was a real Christian, they were worshiping churches, all those that this person who is going around different stations talking about they're looking for 300 virgins should be arrested. Because the last conversation I had from him, he was talking about in a certain channel and telling this presenter ati hata huyo mtoto wake wa 13 something. Nikasema wait a minute, maybe this huyu mtu ndio, hata niliona mtu mwingine amecomment, huyo mtu anaweza kuwa that day kulikuwa na ile fire for boys school, there was a kesha going. How do you know kama hiyo kesha ilikuwa imeplaniwa ndio wakuje waibe watoto wa shule? These people should be investigated. What is the government doing?
There was a kesha in that school.
Not in the school, a few yards away. Na watu wa hiyo kesha wanasema ati wakusikia watu wakiscream.
Alafu Kenya ndio anashangaa, Wakenya wamerogwa. Imagine parents took their children back to that school.
Alafu kesha, umeshaisikia kesha ya Thursday?
So watch hiyo. Mimi what I wondered is that the parents took their children back to that school.
Kwanza kuna mmoja mtoto wake alikufa na akapeleka, yani how do you know our Africans are so, yani unatochanga mtoto, brother yake alikufa na akapeleka akarudisha huyo mwingine huko huyo, na brother yake alikufa.
Mimi wacha nikwambie, kama ningekuwa Kenya, that would be the last time my child stepped in a boarding school.
Ndio nakwambia we need prayers, because kwanza ukiongeza ujinga, that ignorance,
especially Kikuyus. Wacha nikwambie, you people, let me say this. And Kikuyus wenye wako wanisamehe tu. Mimi have been wondering whether there is a spirit in Kikuyu land that people became so dumb and so stupid. Because those boarding schools, most of them are in Kikuyu land. Most of them. With all that drama and all that killings and all that. Alafu hata saa hii ndio wanasema, unajua saa hizi wameanza kurari behind Gachagua. Like Gachagua is a hero now, suddenly. Hey.
Alafu huyo Manasseh alikuwa anasema ati hata hao watu wanaibiwa, anaujua nani anafanya abductions. Kwa nini ashishikwe aseme ni akina nani wanafanya abductions? Because hizi abductions zinaweza kuwa ni sacrifice zinaenda kufanywa.
By the way,
alisema anajua. So why hasn't he not been arrested? Why is he being allowed to go looking for virgins 300? Anawapeleka wapi?
Ndio, unataka kwenda?
Sitaki kuwafungia, ni kufika tu kwa nyumba alafu na join tena, but that discussion can be extensive. Sitaki kuwafungia, discuss, I will be back again kama jana tu, ni kufika tu kwa nyumba tu, sitakaa.
Alafu sije na pia wao utoe opinion.
Yeah, but nyinyi muongee hiyo story ya virgins.
We can't become reactive, that we only react. We have to be proactive.
See, hiyo story niliona tu, every time I see that notification, hiyo jamaa anasema ati the Prince of Peace is coming, I just turn it off, because mimi I don't like to reason to that nonsense.
You see the problem? I like to
myself so much, because I just found that Kenyans suddenly are so religious. Suddenly everybody has a prophecy here, a prophecy there. Somebody, wacha tu niseme tu, hata mtu kama Dori Wairongi, yani juzi the other day he was trying to justify the things people do, na akasema kwamba mimi nampenda Mungu na mimi ni mwovu. Okay, he's right to say that everybody has sinned, but he was trying just to put it like it's okay to continue doing these things you are doing and call yourself
The other day, and he was also smiling and saying the reason Uhuru didn't really succeed is because he didn't shed blood and Ruto shed blood, and he's smiling. I'm like, what is there to smile about?
Yes,
people
he
being
hasn't changed. That man hasn't changed. He's just camouflaging. Na ameona kanisa inapata watu wanapata pesa kwa kanisa, so he's busy stealing money from people. He hasn't changed. He's just camouflaging.
No, I don't even think it's about stealing money. I think people have an even bigger plan ya kunini ni kama cult. Washike watu like brainwash. And wanaleta your Prince of Peace. But they first want to brainwash people.
He's really doing it. Alafu anasema, then he started, hata penye niona huyu mtu nakwambia huyu mtu he's just leading people to hell. He's saying, akasema ati kuna mama alimtafuta ati a woman was looking for him and the woman said that nimeambiwa is that a talk even to start talking about it, and you are calling yourself a man of God? And as I said, these people all have followings, and sadly they have following. That is the sad thing about it. And those, and Ashley, the sad thing also, those things drive in Mount Kenya region. What do you think is the problem with Mount Kenya region?
No, I don't think unajua unasikiza news za Mount Kenya, but it's not only Mount Kenya, it's the world. Because I've watched even here in America, I've seen it's happening also. It's just that maybe you have watched, people are deceived, and that the ignorance is high everywhere. Na hiyo ndio shetani atatutumia kukam. Because even in the Bible, Revelations 13:1-10, it talks about the beast has power and authority. Alafu inasema, there's somewhere where it's saying that Antichrist will imitate the son, which is Jesus, attempting to emulate his works and receive the adoration of those who dwell on earth. Sasa unasikia hii Prince of Peace wanakipa wakiongea, they are trying to prepare us for the Prince of Peace. Yani ni nani ajisomea Bible aseme ajue Jesus is the Prince of Peace? Ni mgani huyu mwingine anakuja? It is an imitator.
Yeah,
and the Antichrist.
That is the Antichrist. I saw that messaging. I don't know who was saying hata nikatana of your notification. No, I'm not using this things.
And people are waiting ati na atakuwa Mkikuyu sijui nini, sasa wanafurahi. Sasa akikuwa Mkikuyu itakubadilishia life aje?
Ulisikia hiyo nasi atakuwa Mkikuyu.
From your home, Nyeri.
Nisikia hiyo nasi that another Kikuyu is coming to be the prince.
So it's really serious, and I one thing I know is that we can push the coming of the Antichrist, because if God is so much present, it's not a conducive environment for evil. But if you look at Kenya, zile vitu zote zinafanyika siku hizi, even people who murder people, they are walking around. I don't even know who goes to prison anymore. People do things, kama sahi ugavana wa Mombasa, he has never even been accused of what he arranged for someone to be sexually molested. He's walking. The governor of Kiambu, somebody in MP of Kiambu shot somebody.
Is this Baraza ama ni nani alishoot mtu uko Western?
Na bado yuko government, mwingine akarape yuko. Those are just the leaders. Now we haven't even come to normal people. Kama ule juzi alidunga mtu kisu. Whether that woman was bad, whether she was cheating on him, he has no right.
And people are justifying that he had a right.
Yes, and then saying that she was, I watched the video, alikuwa hakuwa namuendea, alikuwa naendea gari. And if someone is a danger, why did he charge towards her?
And
If someone is a danger, you run away. You run away unless you come to attack you.
And she destroyed his car. So what? So you kill her?
So if she destroyed his car, why didn't he should have called the police or waited, or even wait to go Monday or whatever. He calls his insurance company and get a replacement.
Yes, or take her to court for the malicious damages.
So if he did, how does a car equate to a life?
To a life.
So unakwambia, and then someone has to come there and argue with you. When Joey was put in prison for murdering Monica, there are people here defending him. See how that is the kind of environment that is conducive for the Antichrist. That kind of environment. Yani, you have to argue with somebody. Yani vitu zingine, they seem like they're like they are not open to even argument. Yani it is just yani you have to yani unashindwa explain ya mtu aje kitu kama hii. And they're arguing there why that person is wrong, why somebody should mtu akikueducate anasema msichana alienda akamaliza shule akaacha huyo guy akaenda kwa mtu mwingine na akauliwa, and someone thinks it's right for someone to do that.
So I guess. Come again?
No, I'm just saying the things that make the environment conducive for evil to flourish. And when I was reading back a long time about how the Antichrist will come, it says it will come when evil has been normalized. When we normalize evil. And when I look at Kenya, I see a lot of hata watu wanaargue na wewe because yani evil has become so normal that someone can stand there and defend someone who shot somebody and say walisamehewa. Someone can stand there and say someone who was stabbed because they were hitting a car, it is okay. So and that is how evil is supposed. Evil ndio nini, shetani anakuja na anaweza kukaa huko freely. And that is, I wonder, where are the Christians in this? Wacha tayi tuachane na politics. Bible imesemaje about if my people who are called by my name? What does the Bible say there? Where are these people called by his name?
Humble themselves and seek me.
What, do you think that those people are the ones who are not doing their job? Because the Bible says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn away from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Gen Z has gone out, and I think we need to stop encouraging the Gen Z to go out. I think we need to start calling people of faith to go to the streets and pray and turn the street into streets of praise and worship and see God come down and solve for us these problems. Cleanse the streets of the evil. I think tumefika hapo. And if we do that, I think God is going to heal our country.
Yeah. Inahitaji tuombe. But I believe there are people who are diligently praying. I believe so. And who are standing in the gap. That is why, umeona, if you ask yourself, if you are Ruto's advisor, could you have advised him to fire Gachagua? Because by firing Gachagua, Ruto has been weakened. So I don't think Ruto feels. You see, before he fired Gachagua, even if they were fighting inward and they were not showing, at least Ruto could even go to Mount Kenya and nobody would boo him or that. But now Mount Kenya had become, there's so much animosity in Mount Kenya region. So I don't think Ruto is enjoying that. Do you think hiyo ndio wisdom yake penye imefika? It is when
go ahead.
It is when God is helping Ruto destroy himself. That is what is happening, according to me. And it is because, I believe it is because people are diligently praying. Endelea.
Na ni ukweli unajua, you know the people who went around Jerusalem 7 times. So God can cause confusion in the enemy's camp.
Yeah, he does.
When we pray. Unaona, we don't have to shed blood. We don't have to shed blood, because even the people who are dying should live to see that new Kenya that they hope for. So we shouldn't have to have one more person die that don't need to die. We need to take all of us to that promised land.
Yeah, that's right.
That is why when people started saying about going to State House, I was like, no, because the way State House will become a reality, the way why Ruto would come out is, how do you get to State House? Let me tell you, when they start going there and a lot of people are killed, then it will become international news. And that is what would force Ruto to step down. So what we are not telling people, the reason we want them to go to State House is we want a lot of people killed, because the only way we make international news is having a lot of people killed.
Yeah, that is so sad.
So why do we want people killed? People, why? Nani watu wadogo, they haven't even had a life. I would rather wait 2 more years or 5 more years and let us all get there.
I think I don't even think we'll get the 5. My feeling, I have a strong feeling. Because like I said, God is really working for Kenya. If you analyze the things that have happened in the country and what has happened to Ruto's government, let me ask you, I mean, I do not think Ruto saw this scam. I do not think he saw the commotion in his government when he was vying for presidency. Na pengine kwa roho yako anasema angelijua hata hangelisimama. I'm sure he saw power and money. That is all he saw. He saw himself becoming more powerful and more powerful. Now, 2 years down the line, everything is just going berserk, even the economy. Hata saizi unasikia, umesikia, did you hear that the soldiers, the police that were sent to Haiti ati kuna wenye wana resign? Haya, saizi siku hizi mishahara ya wafanyikazi hata they are not paid in time. I understand even the police sometimes are not paid in time. Mimi nafikiri now the economy is doing so badly and Ruto is busy blaming Kenyans. Unakumbuka juzi ametusomea akisema kuna pepo. Amesomea Wakenya hasira akisema kuna pepo. He didn't see this scam. Now, let me tell you, it is God who is fighting that man. Now, so that you say something, Angaria, actually, I want you to take a picture of Ruto 2 years ago, copy paste, screenshot kwa computer yako. Alafu screenshot ingine, the current one, you compare. Hey, who ages within 2 years like that? Huh? God is fighting this man, I'm telling you. Endelea.
I think what is really eating him is the blood of the innocent people. That one, first one, I think. But Ruto, even if those people who knew him a long time, yani tumeanza tu kumjua, si ati amechange. He is now in his element. Wala watu wanamjua kumjua kutoka kitambo, they know he's like this. Lakini he was pretending. Ni kama vile mtu anaweza kuwa unaenda kutembelea mtu kwao, they are really nice, but you don't know them, who they really are. And that is what Ruto was doing to us. He was playing, acting. Now he's in his element. Ndio unasikia hata akiambia watu wengine they are coming to fight for the airport, they don't even go to the airport. Then why do you want to give us the price tag to pay for an airport which we never go to? Because hii nini loan anachukua ni kila mtu atachukua. Why can't he target that tax ya kulipa to the people who make money, to the rich people? Every time when he does a tax or money to give to remove from people, angalia kama hii ya passports ama hii ya documents, kuna document ya diplomats ameweka 15,000, sijui ingine na ingine ya watu sijui nini ameweka 13,000. I don't really remember. Nikaona ameongeza tu kidogo ya diplomats, but diplomats are people with more money than regular citizens.
Yeah.
But now ameweka, na siku ile aliweka taxes akat exempt mandege. Na huko ndio sasa angeweka zile nyingi, because anybody buying a ndege is a rich person.
Yeah.
When he had put the housing levy, he had capped it at 85,000. Why would you cap at 85,000? So you're trying to protect people of a higher wage than 85,000 from paying 3%, which they will afford. Not only do they afford, even whoever is their employer, you make more money by, even you could have said, let that tax start at 85. Because those are people making a lot of money, but he wants to tax someone, even he doesn't have a minimum. Minimum starts at 0, but he wants to cap it. Na mimi even hiyo nimeona, hata sahi sijui wanakuja kufanya, they are going to the US in Atlanta to give people passports and IDs, and then they want the citizens to remove each 20 shillings, $20 to pay volunteers. You are like, you've increased the fees of these documents, and now you want someone to go back to their pockets and remove people. Nashindwa, let me finish. Nashindwa kama hao watu wakikuja nini, if when they travel out of the country, they go to stay in 5-star hotels. Why don't they stay in 3-star hotels? When it comes service to the person, to them, yani watu normal, hao ndio nataka kuwapatia substandard service. But when it comes to watu wale wako na pesa, hao wanapatiwa good service. When money is not being paid, sijaisikia MPs na senators wajalipwa pesa zao, lakini nasikia civil servants hawajalipwa pesa zao. When it comes to going to the hospital, and then even hizi pesa mnatuongeza taxes. Ukikuwa na problem, you want to call the police, wanakuambia wana pesa za gas, hawana pesa za nini za mafuta. But when a politician has a thing, unaona amekuja kuchukuliwa na 200 police, hiyo pesa ya mafuta utoka wapi? So is our country catering just for the rich and not the poor? Then if that is the case, then why are we taxing the poor? And why are the poor not demanding their money back or demanding services for the services for what they are paying for? Because the tax is supposed to be used to serve the money that they take in taxes is supposed to be taken so you can get services from the government. And if they say they are paying loans, which loans? The ones that they stole?
You wonder. Let me ask you a question. Ati umesema people are being given passports in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Nani kwani passports haziwezi kwa embassy?
Sasa it's a good service, because instead of you going to Washington or to California, they are doing a mobile unit. Now, the last time they went to Atlanta, they were charging people $50. See shillings, $50. Na wanakwambia ulete money order, wataki kuchukua credit card or debit card, ulete $50 kupata ID, and ID is free. Who was taking this $50? $50. Do you know how much $50 is in Kenya? And then when you went there, imagine there were only 2 people to serve thousands. Watu walilala huko. So watu wakaanza kujivolunteer. So this time they were saying, instead of just people volunteering for free, let us pay young students $20 per application. Sasa on top of zile utalipa embassy, utalipa $20 per application to them. So I'm like, na hizi pesa wana collect za taxes, kwani taxes haziwezi za kuserve the leaders and the elite, because it looks like when it comes to the mwananchi, we are not getting service. So why are you even increasing the fees? Where is the fees going to? Asiku hiyo ingine, imagine ukienda hapo wanakuambia uende ukatafute uprint ukuje nayo. Sasa unatoka unaenda kutafuta upali pa kuprint, alafu una print unakuja you're like, okay, na sasa hata mmepewa free haul. So hata hii $50 mna contribute ni ya nini? Na hiyo place wamepewa is free. Wamepewa charge. They are not even renting.
Wow, you know why I'm asking? Me, I got my passport from Washington, Ashley. Let me tell you what I did. Nilienda Washington, nikachukuliwa fingerprint na picha, nikapeleka 2 documents, and I just paid the normal fee. My application was sent to Nairobi, and then I sent, when I was tracking my passport online, eCitizen, and nikaona imerudi Washington. So I sent Washington an envelope, a paid envelope. Unaona, paid envelope, na nikawatumia hii mzee wa, unajua huwa wana nini, wanaistampa wanaipiga, I don't know what they do to it. So yeah, they sent back their old passport and the new one in the paid envelope, paid stamp, paid postage stamp. I didn't have to go back there. I didn't pay any extra fee.
But even them, with all this money we are paying, it is unfair that they cannot even have envelopes because they tell you to give them, yani kila kitu unalipia. Na on top of that, already umelipa tax. Hata hiyo $50 waliitisha watu na shindwa ni za nini, because on top of that, wanakwambia they need that paid, stamped envelope ya kukurudishia. Sasa, what they are doing, they come round, which is good. That way you don't have to go. But they are saying, since you don't have to go, you pay them something. But it is efficiency, because they should have more than 2 places. They should have other places. Kama hii pesa yote Ruto amekuwa travel around the world, he could have opened an office in Florida, an office in Atlanta, an office in Minnesota. They could have opened many other offices instead of wasting money.
They should have an office in every state.
Or if not every state, in the southeast, wakuwe nayo kama hapo Atlanta. You see, it's easier for those things. And then even in Florida, they have for Florida there. And then in Atlanta, because it's big, they have one there. But they seem like they feel they are doing us a favor, where we actually are overtaxed and we expect service. We don't receive service. The only people who receive service is the big people. And those big people, most of them evade taxes. So the real people are taking care of them. Alafu sasa tunakuja kutukanwa ati you don't even know how an airport looks like. So if he knows we don't know how an airport looks like, I think he should exempt them from any loan that he wants to take to build the airport and target it to people who use the airport.
Yeah, that is Ruto. Unaona nani juzi somebody made fun of him. Keter alisema alienda airport, kasema sasa I'm in Kenyatta International Airport yenye ilijengwa na mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Kasema nimeingia expressway ilijengwa na Uhuru, ninaenda kutumia Thika Super Highway ilijengwa na ati sasa niko kwa Thika Super Highway ilijengwa na Kibaki, na nimeona Moi Sports Center Kasarani ilijengwa na Moi, na kesho nitaenda Moi University which has been crossed and destroyed by Ruto. Unaona hiyo story ya nani?
Huyo ni yule Alfred Keter ama ni Keter mwingine? I love Keter. I'm in love with Keter. Unajua Keter after kumuona akiwekwa kwa gari ile wakati alikuwa anapigishwa nduru, I have not heard of him again. So lakini before I left you people mlikuwa mnaongea story ya 300 virgins. And without kurudisha nyuma,
mimi hiyo kitu niliona nikai switch off, sikufuata.
No, it could be what is confusing Kenyans. So I wanted to be updated. Ni past ama is it ni past anajaribu, because nilisikia hata kwa Shiro alileta hiyo story ya 300 virgins but siku concentrate. Sasa venye Ashiri ameileta sasa, I have now started now paying interest. Unajua sasa ukisikia sasa 2 different people in 2 different worlds speaking the same thing, unaanzia kusema so me ni rubbish So Ashiri, can you help me understand our virgins wanafanya nini Kenya?
Sasa hao virgins wanatafutwa, amesema mpaka kama uko diaspora. You can travel back to Kenya. Ile church inaitwa Hell's Gate ama ni wapi wanaenda wanapelekwa?
Hell's Gate. Hiyo church wa Hell's Gate.
Yes, sasa ndio waombe huyu Prince of Peace akuje.
They'll be molested. Let nobody take their daughter there.
Maybe Prince of Peace atalala nao wote.
Let no one take their child there. They'll be molested.
Yeah, even they can be offered a sacrifice. You don't know what this thing is. This Prince of Peace who's coming to rule the whole world. Can you imagine?
Utauliza nani? Who will be accountable? Utaanzia kusema nilisikia nipeleke mtoto wangu kwa huyo jamaa. You see some things in Kenya
hata wewe ukikuwa mkubwa, si ati aitishi watoto, anasema mtu waja defiled, somebody who is not defiled, ujipeleke huko maombi. Sasa nikasemaje, anionyesha kwa Bible pali Mungu alisema anataka mtu spotless. Ni wapi hiyo Bible imesema this about people good works? Because this guy, we need to do, people are ignoring. But I think awareness needs to be sent out so that people don't get themselves in trouble. What does God say about our good works before God? Who knows?
Who knows?
Unajua? It says our good works are filthy rags before God. What makes us righteous before God is the blood of Jesus. Because Mungu angaliangi sin. When you sin sexually, you sin against your own body.
Yeah.
It's not against, okay, it's against God, but more so, that is a sin, the Bible says, that you do towards you and your body. So it doesn't mean someone who has sinned that way and someone who has not sinned that way is more righteous or holy before God. To God, you are the same if you stole and the other one sinned that way. The difference is you have sinned against your own body. But you see, sasa vile anakuja kwa wale watu wasomi Bible, they don't get it. Because Bible imesema, it is by grace that you are saved, not through works, lest any person should boast. Wacha ni tafute hiyo verse ni quote vizuri.
Wow, Kenya kuna vituko.
Bible imesema in Ephesians 2:8-9. It says, by grace are you saved through faith. So it is not by works, lest any man should boast. So it is not by how clean, how faithful, how pure you are that you are saved. It is through faith. When you repent your sins and come to God, even when Moses went before God in the burning bush, what did he say? Do you know, Julia?
When he was asked to remove his shoes.
Yes, because the place he was stepping was holy. So even you, when you go before God, you always tell God to cleanse you so that you can be holy before him. So it is not because you are a virgin that now you're righteous before.
Not because you're not saved because you are a very good person. You are saved by the grace of God. Now, God does not listen to you because you are very holy. He listens to you because of the grace too. He has so much grace upon our lives. Si ati kwa sababu sasa wewe ni mtakatifu sana ndio amekusikiza maombi yako ama amekuokoa. Hapana.
You see, that's what people need to realize, and people need to read their own Bible. They need to pray for the spirit of discernment. Otherwise, Bible imesema, in the last days, God lessened the number of days. Had he not done so, even the very elect would have been deceived. Because watu wataki kujisomea Bible, they are lazy, na ndio wanakuja wanadanganywa. Ukisikiza mtu kama Ndura wa Rwingi, people keep praising him, but he gives a lot of red flags that just simple reading the Bible would tell you to keep off.
Yeah, he talks trash.
Yeah.
He's teaching the wrong doctrine.
Yule mtu anasikiliza watu kama Ndura wa Rwingi ni yule mtu ako na scant information about the Bible. You see, because like what I feel is that people have decided to make these people as authority in the gospel. They think like huyu mtu na kuna kitu kingine I see it everywhere in Mount Kenya region. Why do people think like in Mount Kenya region there are specific people who wale ambao Mungu anaongeleshanga? Kuna watu specific wale Mungu anaongeleshanga. Like it's like we have said that we have the holiest of holies. Sijui mtu fulani. Yani kuna vile yani it's like we have classified the region, especially in Mount Kenya region.
Hapana, Mount Kenya tu wako na nini, just hypocritical. Wanajifanya wao ndio watu wa God sana. Unaona, no wonder they were the one who were propagating Zakayo doctrines. They just like to be in their box of religiosity. Now, one of the reasons is because they have a lot of cheaters cheating in the name of God and stealing from people. So those people, those cheaters and those thieves take advantage of those who are desperate and mislead them.
Exactly, desperation, and that is why Ruto wants people desperate. Kuna mtu mwingine nilisikia akisema, I don't know whether it's true. You know, sometimes you have to discern, sometimes you're not sure, and you come to know the truth by and by. Alikuwa anasema they died and they went to heaven, and God told him how the Antichrist will come. He wouldn't just come, boom. Itakuwa tu kidogo, kidogo, kidogo. And he said they will change our DNA. So that we'll believe lies. so that it will be easier for us to accept the Antichrist. Nikakumbuka hizi mang'ombe zinaenda kudungwa. Aujui zinadungwa na nini. Whatever they will be dungwad with, eventually you'll drink the milk, eventually you'll eat the beef, and whatever wamedungwa pia wewe utapata.
Yep.
We really need to pray.
So
We
much.
need
And
God.
that's why we're saying we have to somehow we now need. You see even the reason why even Christians get persecuted. Kuna wakati nafikanga even Christians they start even resisting bad things within the society. That's why ulikuwa unaona like there was a time when like Christians they could get persecuted because they were propagating the name. Even in politics, when things have become very bad, there must be that resistance whereby you have to say that watu wetu wezi fanyiwa vitu kama hizi. We have to reach that level whereby we have to say that if our people cannot be treated right, we will not agree with anything about the government. We have to reach that level because if you are dead, there's no any solution you can give. And the fact that Mungu ametupea you high, it is because God knows that he has bestowed us a responsibility to sanctify our society. And we cannot say that ati siasa ituhusu, because that is what I hear ignorant people saying. And you know that politics is the only thing in life which affects everything which happens within you, including your religion. Unaweza pata kiongozi hata anasema mtu ambaye anashika Biblia akatwe kichwa. That is how powerful the politics is. So saa zingine nasikianga mtu akisema I don't care about politics, nashangaa huyu mtu, do you know what politics can do to your life within a spark of minute? North Koreans are suffering because of politics. I don't know Julia kama watu wanaelewa vitu kama hiyo. You know the time when we are talking about North Korea, it's a political system. Yeah? People are suffering because of a political system. Kuna watu hata hawezi ongea because of a political system. So politics can actually put you in bondage. Yeah? Politics it can turn your life upside down. Anyway, tuombe, and now what become how Mount Kenya region, people have to shout against them now. And that guy, I think now even before, because you know the government cannot go for them, because the government behaves worse than them. I think people of goodwill. Na sijui how comes hakuna mapato na criticize huyu mtu. Mumesikia kuna mtu amecriticize huyu mtu. I'm just hearing these things in the streets. Actually, any person criticizing this guy?
I will send you the interview so you can watch. Maybe we can you can have knowledge on that interview, the whole interview. Just watch. You know, it's good to listen to some things. The person I don't like to listen to at all is Waringi. But this other guy, I wanted to hear what he's saying, because I've heard it said even some channels like for America, they're still talking about something is going to happen next year. So sometimes when you start praying, because they keep saying something is going to happen. So we don't want to be caught by that.
Chenye naombea Ashley, because I've come to believe it is gonna happen. I don't know. And people are saying that something will happen in the Kenyan government.
It's not just Kenya, even the US, even here in the US, I've heard people saying that in Americans themselves. That is why I think there is something, and it's spiritual.
Naruto mwenyewe, na the people who will take over. So me, I'm praying about the people who will take over, because unajua you can jump from the frying pan into the fire. So
sasa huyo mnase alikuwa anasema ati Ruto already ameambiwa anatayarisha. Sasa ukiona zile vitu wanafanya kama hii kuitikia watu ng'ombe zidungwe, si unaona kweli if they're in that dark world na ameambiwa we are preparing. Sasa yeye maybe hata aliwekwa hapo kutayarisha. Just see the things he's doing mpaka watoto waingie sha.
Okay, me what I'm praying about is, and I don't know, a lot of things are being said, that Ruto's time is come up na serikali yake. So me, I'm praying about the people taking over, because it's not that I want Ruto to remain president, but I'm also praying that whoever takes over, it will be the hand of God. That will be the hand of God, and that will prosper Kenya, and that people will be safe, and there will be no deaths or bloodshed. That is a prayer I'm making, and that will be the hand of God.
kuna pahali nilikuwa nimesoma inasema that Satan's game plan at the end of time, his final desperate attempt to win the cosmic war in which he has been engaged since the beginning of creation, and he knows that his time is short. So he pulls out all the stops. This is how he will make war on rest of the children, that is those who hold the testimony of God. So today we meet a rather important player in the final conflict. I'm reading some passage, and it's talking about the Antichrist. This person, to be clear, he's not Satan, but he is empowered by Satan. He seems to be the embodiment, incarnation of evil. Father, don't miss the intentional ways the dragon, the Antichrist, and the false prophet together will form the unholy Trinity. The biblical Trinity, of course, is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Here, the dragon will imitate the Father, as he always wanted to be God, to set himself up as God. The Antichrist will intimidate the Son, Jesus. That is the Prince of Peace that they keep talking about, attempting to emulate his works and receive the adoration of those who dwell on earth. And the false prophet, who seeks to point people to the Antichrist, will imitate the Holy Spirit, whose role is to point people to Jesus. So this is going to happen. It is like the way you have a counterfeit bill. So we are going to have a counterfeit Prince of Peace. And the beast will rise from the sea. That is Revelations 1-4, 13, 1-4. And then the beast works permitted by God is Revelation 13, 5-8. And then the people's response to the beast is from Revelations 13, 9 and 10. The hardest thing is that even the very elect, that is believers, will believe in the Antichrist, thinking that he is God. And had God not lessened the number of days, even the very elect will be lost, because a lot of people are going to believe and follow the Antichrist. And there is a place I read that the Antichrist, the prophet, will be the one forcing people. He will give power to a being. Unaona, this is AI, kitu itakuwa kama AI. People will be forced to worship it. By the, yeah, unaona zinaletwa pole pole. AI, somebody can come and speak like me and you think it's me and I'm not the one. Kuna AI ingine ilifanyika when Okiya Omtata announced he was going to run for president, and Karen Nyamu went to greet him. Na hii AI, did you see an AI kissing? They made those two figures look like they were kissing, and some people believed that they were kissing, but that was manipulated.
Yeah, siku hizi watu wanaweza tumia Photoshop wa kukarabati vile vilivyo. But I could see that. I saw that picture. If you looked at it keenly, I saw it was ukarabati.
But some people don't, because you see Karen turning, and I'm telling you, where?
Hata zingine
watu mashinani, grassroots,
so anafanywanga ukarabati, mnaona kwa space. Hey, tutori ameonyeshwa.
Of course kwa grassroots mtu akionyeshwa hiyo si atasema hiyo ni kiss, kwani iko yani waliamua pia kukisiana nje ya nyumba. Yeah, so you see.
Wewe ndio uliamini kiss? Uliamini?
No, of course, I'm just saying in the grassroots, somebody who is not extremely exposed might think that is a kiss.
Yeah,
but
a lot of people don't know about a lot of people don't know about photoshopping, by the way. You know that more than half of the population are not conscious about that your photo can be photoshopped.
You know, the only challenge I have with photoshopping is that again pia mtu vitu zake zikiriki na alikuwa pia anafanya hizo vitu, anawekelea Photoshop tena.
Photoshop.
No, sio kama hiyo, nisema like I remember there was a time when like sijui ni song kama ni nani alikuwa exposed. They are saying it is Photoshop. Sasa nikaanzia kushangaa sasa. When is it Photoshop and not Photoshop?
And that is what this Antichrist will be like that. They say a lie. They want to introduce lies so that you question what is truth and what is lie. If there is a point it will come, you won't know, did Ruto say that, or is it not Ruto, or is it an AI of him? So that kind of, you can't tell right from wrong or wrong from right, because they'll mix it up. And the aim is for you not to know. The aim is not for you to know. The aim is for you not to know which one is real and which one is wrong. That is the environment of the Antichrist.
So now, based on all those things zile ambazo mumesema, Julia umesema ati kuna kitu itatendeka 2025. Na Ashri ametuletea hiyo maneno ya everything which is happening there. So in other words, we should not worry, we stop the political process.
No.
Now that something will happen in 2025, whichever the case,
No.
Ruto will have his own,
No.
his own end.
The political process is what will contribute, is a built up, is what will contribute. The political process that you are doing, is what is building up to all that. I was asking Ashley, kama Mungu achukii Ruto, Ruto, hata Ruto himself, would he have been thinking that the 2 years down the line, things would have been so bad in his government? Nyinyi watu mnafikiri Ruto alipanga vitu viendelee hivyo? Did he saw it come? Did he see?
What you're not failing to understand, you know, when kuna watu wakikuwa hapo juu, maybe yeye hata aoni kitu mbaya. If he did, he would be trying to change. Woni change. Haoni. Kama anafikiria vitu ni vibaya, anaweza tukana watu. Now he's even escalating. Sasa ametoka yani he's escalating. Jujuzi kuambia watu hata mjaenda airport, sasa hivyo ni kuongeaje? Kuambia wako na roho chafu. Is that somebody who is scared? Do you think is someone who feels threatened?
He's not scared. It's because wacha nikwambie, when God wants to destroy you, he makes even you an idiot. Hii mnakumbuka, wacha tuturima neno ya Bible, Julia tunaongea maneno ya Bible sana. If you read the story of Moses and Pharaoh aliona hiyo vituko yote Egypt, all the drama that happened in Egypt, all the drama mpaka maji yakawa damu, mpaka I don't know what came out to eat them up, mpaka they lost their firstborns, and then he decided to let the Israelites go, and then he changed his mind. But the Bible says that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh, that it is God who hardened the heart of Pharaoh, so that angefuata the Israelites, so that he would die in the sea and the name of God would be exalted. So all this behavior of Ruto, Mungu amemfanya hivyo tu. Amemfanya tu mjinga, so that he destroy him nicely. Because if God did not want to destroy Ruto, angekuwa na correct his mistakes right now. The moment the Gen Z asked him to fire cabinet, Ruto had an opportunity to do a fresh start. Unaona? Hata angejifanya, angesema for the sake of Kenyan stability, watu hawataki, people don't want you people. Angejifanya kwamba, hey, amepata nafasi ya kufanya akina Murkomen, akina Moses Kuria wote. Angejua amepata nafasi. Na saa hizo, angemake a resolution, I work with the right people. Nitabembeleza wote wenye hata hawanitaki. Angalau wakuja tengeneza serikali yetu yangu. What did he do? He brought them back. Don't you think that is somebody whose God is destroying? Now, if you look at the economy, ukweli, Ashley, hata kama ungepewa hiyo economy, you would have performed better, hata whether you have worked in the government or not. This guy has destroyed the economy mwenyewe to an extent. Okay, and he came in criticizing Uhuru, ati Uhuru amekupa pesa mingi. Now he's borrowing thrice the amount of money Uhuru had borrowed. Now, and even with the borrowing, he's not able to meet his day-to-day expenditure. Saizi nasikia mishahara inacheleweshwa. Let me tell you, it is God destroying that man. Angalia kanisa. Kanisa ndio imeingiza Ruto kama president. What is happening to the church now? They are insulting him left and right. Juzi hata Ole Sapiti ame command pesa ilipeana Western irudishwe. Hey, who would have seen Ole Sapiti would have looked like that? Remember, Ole Sapiti is the one who praised the Lord when Ruto was announced winner in Bombas. Kumbukeni, you can replay that clip. What is happening to the same church? Imeturn against Ruto. Who we need to see, God is destroying that man. Yani hata si pole haraka sana. So Njiru, you ask me a question. All this political scene is part of it's part of the stage that has been set for Ruto's downfall. That is what I would answer. Chikama nimejibu Njiru. Ama Ashiri, you want to say something?
I think I like what you're saying. It is true. I think God is out to destroy him, and he's doing it, and he's become like Saul. He's blind, and he's doing things every day that makes even those who are left believing in him. Hata wale watu wako na yeye wengine, I think with time they are starting to question themselves what is going on. But I think we even have a bigger thing than Ruto. If this Antichrist thing or this Prince of Peace that they keep talking about is coming, and you know, this guy was saying, this Manasseh on this latest interview, he was saying the Prince of Peace is coming and he's going to kill a lot of people. And I'm like, unajua the tour that they had recently, unajua meanza hiyo maneno ya Dayo. You remember the one which was where was it, in Muranga? It was supposed to be a peace caravan, and then it was, you remember, and then it didn't work out. The peace caravan by musicians, you remember?
Yes.
And it's not.
Let me ask a question hapo actually. Prince of Peace na kuua watu. Can you people explain to me that Prince of Peace and the death, are they connected?
That is the guy was saying that people will die. He will kill a lot of people, enemies, the people who like us who are talking bad about him. That's what he said, and a lot of people will die. And then I said, how can he be a Prince of Peace? And you're saying how a lot of bloodshed is going to be poured. He said even this thing of the Gen Z, this thing of the Gen Z was in at watu wanaabductiwa. It's all in preparation for the Prince of Peace.
Lies.
That's what he said in this interview.
There's no Prince of Peace coming. That is the Antichrist. But the Gen Z also set the stage for Ruto's downfall. Then there's now we have two more things coming before Ruto's fall. This political build-up, it is just Ruto's downfall. And I properly believe that God is fighting this man. Now, think about Isaac Renaula. Renaula na Madam Hotea, we highly suspect walichotewa. But if you saw the way Renaula was talking the other day, hey, sijui amefanywa nini na Ruto. He even said to hell, kwani Ruto atanifanyia nini? That is what he said. Si Banyata ni hapa tu, kwani nitapelekwa? He even said that ati kwani nitapelekwa wapi? Would you have thought that a Supreme Court judge would speak like that? I mean,
maybe anataka kuchotewa nyamaze.
I think walikuwa nachotewangwa, pesa imeisha. I think Ruto has been buying them and the money is over. You did see Madam Hote in the recent past has been crying wolf all the time. I think Ruto has been buying them, na pesa imeisha, kuna pesa ya kuwapatia. And come to think of it, what about the church? Don't you think kanisa zingine zimekasirika juu zimekuwa zikichotewa na pesa imeisha? The guys, don't you think so? So, if the saying that goes, miti yote ikitele, siku ya mwisho ya Nuhu ikifika, miti yote inateleza. That is what is happening to Ruto, Zakayo Ruto. People are giving him another name. Which president has been so disrespected like Ruto? Hey, yale majina huyu jamaa amepewa.
Na Kasongo je? Aka kaimage ya Kasongo. Hiyo ndio ime break internet.
Mpaka nikaanza kujua kuna kawimbo. Hiyo wimbo inamaanisha nini? And you know, if you think
Kasongo,
afraid,
let me say briefly here, Julia.
Kasongo ni nini?
Kasongo was a man with a lot of masaibu. Ni kama ile masaibu ya ndugu. Yani it's related with the masaibu ya ndugu Njeru. You remember masaibu ya ndugu Njeru. So Kasongo was a man with a lot of problems, unending problems. So that's huyo mwimbaji alikuwa anaimba story ya Kasongo. He was describing a man with unending problems, which actually eventually they exterminated him.
So if they exterminated him, kuna jamaa anaongeka kwa show ya nani ya mzee mwingine hapo. Huyo jamaa, he was just calling Ruto Kasongo openly. Imanyara, anaongeka kwa show ya Manyara. Manyara lakini Manyora, lakini yeye si Manyora. Another guy there, I think a professor. He was calling Ruto Kasongo openly, live on TV. Nyinyi watu muniambie, which president has been disrespected this far? Mpaka wanaandika RIP kwa Twitter. Hata kuna wengine walikuwa wanaonyesha motorcade yake ikitoka Lee Funeral Home. You people, have you seen that motorcade coming from Lee Funeral Home?
No, I would like to see it. Walikuwa sha recreate hiyo nini motorcade ikiwa inatoka Lee Funeral.
What? Na inaandikwa ni ya nani? You people, let me tell you, Ruto, God is fighting this man because they are Kenyans who have gone on their knees and may stand in the gap. So about the satanic prince of peace, huyo mwenye ana preach hiyo akwende huko. We know there is an antichrist, and the antichrist atakuja vile Mungu alipanga.
Unajua Julia na Jeru, there is somewhere I read that Jesus will come back, but before he comes back, ebu tusome Revelations 13 imesema that before the day of the Lord, the return of Christ has not yet happened, because the man of lawlessness, the Antichrist, must be revealed first, and he hasn't. So he tells the Thessalonian church, you haven't missed anything. The man of lawlessness must be revealed. So these people who keep saying that we were promised a prince of peace, and he's somewhere and he's hiding. When I read the Bible, I keep seeing where they say that the Antichrist is there, but he's being restrained. And that is what they keep saying, the Prince of Peace is there, he's being restrained, and he will come out. And the Bible says the Prince of Peace, the Prince of Lawlessness will be revealed when the one who is restraining him is taken out of the way. So, and they keep saying that Prince of Peace is near. Unajua wezi kakwambia Antichrist anakuja, they have to clothe him, wampake mafuta akae vizuri. But yeah. So tomorrow, I think Njeru, I will send you that clip. It's in Kikuyu. Maybe you go through it, you see whether it has copyright issues or not, and you see what clips or what segments you can clip to come and share, so that we can discuss that further, because I think that is something we need to let people be aware. We might not even be needing to fight Ruto, by the way. We might need to go on our knees, by the way, because we might be distracted. Actually, let
me tell you something that I know, and I believe that is the truth according to the Bible. Before all these antichrists come, this is what will happen. We must, if you really believe in the Bible and you believe that what the Bible says is true, there will be the rapture. The rapture must come first before the Antichrist. Now, when the rapture comes, the rapture will be physical. The rapture will not be something spiritual. It will be physical, but people will disappear from the face of the earth. It will be recorded. Mlikuwa na Njiru ameenda na hajakufa, hamjamzika. So the rapture will come first. Now, for the Antichrist to come, the Antichrist is not coming from Kenya. The Antichrist, people say it's America, but I don't want to say it's America because I'm not sure either. Now, why the Antichrist will come? Because of the wars in Jerusalem, the wars against the Israelis. Now, that why he's called the people the demonic world is calling him the Prince of Peace, is because he'll bring a reconciliation between the Israelis and the Arabs. So for a while, there will be no war in the Middle East, and the Temple of Solomon will be reconstructed. And right now, as we speak, the Israelis have gathered enough material to construct that Temple of King Solomon. They are ready for the reconstruction. Now, sijui kama mlikumbuka some time back, Trump said that temple should be reconstructed, na akadeclare Jerusalem is in Israel. Na watu wakaanza kusema ati Trump ni mtu wa nani? Wa Antichrist. I don't believe that either. But I think when people say such things, it's because the prophecy must come true. The prophecy must pass. So the Antichrist will be coming to restore peace between the Israelis and the Arabs. And for a while, they will believe that there is peace. I mean, itakuwa tu mfano wa peace. Si peace ya real, mfano tu. But that will only happen after the rapture. So the rapture will happen. When the rapture happens, the rapture will happen and the rapture will be real. The rapture will be physical. So it will not be like a myth. It will be recorded that these millions of people have disappeared from the face of the earth. And the rapture is Christ, those who believe in Christ and salvation in Christ will be caught up in the air with Jesus. And he will first resurrect the dead who died in Christ. The church will be caught up in the air, not in the air, in the heavens with Jesus. We'll be caught up with heaven with Jesus. And then the Antichrist will, the Prince of Peace or the Antichrist will come. There will be peace in Jerusalem between the Arabs and the Israelis for a while, and they will reconstruct the temple of King Solomon. However, after reconstructing the temple of King Solomon, the Antichrist will demand that they sacrifice the animals that the Israelis cannot sacrifice in their temple, animals like pigs and all that. Saa hizo ndio Israelis macho yao itafunguka, wataona huyu si Yesu, huyu ndiye Antichrist. Now, within that season, so many things would have happened. Like, if you read the Bible, there will be rumors of wars and all that. All those things that this person is talking about, the Prince of Peace is talking about, will be happening. So all those signs will be happening, and I think the signs have started. Actually, you are saying, it's not that it will happen at once. It will start happening, pore to rumors of wars and all that. Pore to. Now, even this thing about AI, 666 and all that, those things will be happening in stages. So when the Israelis will realize that, you see Mungu, huyu ni shetani, the Israelis will rebel and will say, apana, we cannot sacrifice things like pigs in our temples. This is a temple of God, because they still practice Judaism and they believe in the God of Moses. Kwa hivyo hawatakubali na macho yao itafunguka. Because right now, those who practice Judaism do not believe in Jesus. But their eyes will be open. And they will remember that they actually crucified Jesus on the cross. Watakumbuka sasa, macho yao itafunguka kwamba Jesus came and died and was crucified in their land and left. Macho yao itafunguka. So the Jews will rebel and decide we are not worshiping the Antichrist. So the Jews will begin preaching the true Christ, mwenye alisulubiwa na akakufa. However, this time, you are saying that mwenye amefungia Antichrist, ndiye amemfungia, atakuwa ameondoka. Kwa hivyo the Antichrist will be free to do what he wants. Okay? And that is when we come about the 3.5 years of the Great Tribulation, where wenye watabaki hapa na wameamua kuamini Yesu will buy their salvation with their life, because their heads will be cut. They will be killed by the order of the Antichrist. Mwenye hatakubali the number 666 will be killed. So those who will be left here will buy their salvation by their own blood. That is where the Bible talks about the 44,000 Jewish evangelists. These are the Jews who will discover that Yesu alikuja na kaenda. So now they will be preaching the true salvation of Christ, but that is after the rapture. And then I think the Bible goes ahead and says, okay, the 3.5 years of peace, then the 3.5 great years of tribulation. And then after those years is when now Jesus is coming down with the church. He's coming down with the church and takes over the earth. And he's only coming down with the church because he's coming down to rescue Israel from Mount. Israel still remains a special place in the heart of, a special nation in the heart of God, because in the 3.5 years of tribulation, the whole world will turn against Israel, and they will gather at, if you go towards the end of Revelation, there's the battle of the Armageddon, where the world will gather to destroy Israel, but Jesus will come down on Mount Olives and rescue. This will be physical and physically rescue Israel. That's the second coming of Christ.
Don't you think,
According to the way I know,
Julia?
so if I'm wrong, I will accept I'm wrong.
Yeah, Julia, that is a very good chronology.
Mhm.
Don't you think even slowly these days,
Mhm.
even people have started turning against Israel? If today
Yes. That is what Ashiri was saying. That hii maneno haitafanyika ati boom ati one day. Ni pole tu. Yani
because
yeah.
Julia, 1 minute, because like now, if you go to the UN and ask for a Israeli vote, you will actually get like 6 nations out of like 150.
Mhm.
So I don't think, although there is that, there is that rhetoric, that you need that inform nitasema nini like that disagreement whereby some people try to claim to say that there is a difference between the today Jews and the olden day Jews. So that is why some of them think that the Jews now who are in Israel, they deserve to be attacked because they are not true Jews. That's what I'm trying to say. But even as the people who are trying, even if they are being called Ashkenazi Jews, as people describe them that way, I do not understand why people do not appreciate that it was possible these Jews could have migrated to Europe or wherever they went, or even in Africa, because they migrated in no direction. But these people could have preserved their culture, could have preserved their way of life. Even some with intermarriages, they could have returned to their original land, and they are still Jews. So that's why I always ask myself, does it mean that being a Jew is not traceable?
I think it's traceable, even genetically. They do a lot of genetic tests. In fact, I understand that they genetically really track themselves. Okay, but that one is sijui sana. Lakini chenye unasema the Jews nowadays are hated. Lakini kunakuwa na season ya ceasefire. The ceasefire ni when the Antichrist comes. Ceasefire itakuja. Ceasefire like kama kuna amani, kumetulia, hakuna vita Middle East. Unasikia vitu kama hizo. Hakuna vita, nini. The temple of, and you will know this, it will be physical. The temple of King Solomon will be reconstructed on the land that is being contested upon right now. They will reconstruct, it will be physical. There will be a physical confirmation that the temple of King Solomon will be reconstructed. And right now, the Jews are ready with all the material to reconstruct that temple. Na mulisikia juzi Trump alisema hiyo kanisa ijengwe. So now you can see there is evidence that that temple will be reconstructed. But not until the rapture. Sasa mngoje rapture. Hivi karibuni kuna wenye watahama.
Sasa Julia, kuna watu, and I've listened, unajua hata kuna vitu zinasemwa Kenya na hata ukisikiza channel zingine za US, it's for like they're in tandem, like they're almost similar about the end of the year and the first quarter of next year. There's going to be a new dispensation, a new change, and they don't understand. Hata kuna watu wengine wanasema haoni inauguration ikifanyika in January, wanaona ikifanyika huko yes, huku.
Okay, huku sijafuata, though there are a lot of issues here. Sijafuata. Okay, I know there are a lot of issues about this.
Sasa ninakwambia na wengi vile wale nimesikiza wako wanaongea almost the same now prophets wa Kenya. It's like something going to happen from December. Alafu unajua 13th wanasema 13 is the devil's day. Hata hapo walisema watch on December 13th. Kwa hivyo I listen, Dura Waringi, I just can't listen to him. Lakini huyu Manasseh, I listened to him. I don't know, I'm just allergic.
He's not a prophet of God. He's another.
Of course, all of them are not, but kuna mmoja I just yani anaongea vitu hajui, alafu anasema ati hata Trump alichaguliwa na Mungu. Sijui sina time ya kusikiza hiyo maneno yote anyway.
Yeah, what I know, Ashley, what I know, rapture must happen fast. And the
Sasa
rapture,
ndio nakwambia from
and
what
the
I
rapture
have
has not
heard,
happened.
but from what I have heard, hivyo wanasema nani anatoka by the first half. Na huyo mudhamaki wa Dayo will come in the first half. Na anatayarishwa saa hii. He's just waiting to come out. Hata huku anasema kuna kitu ita happen. I'm waiting until May nione if there is something happening. And even some people have said wanasema they are Christians and God has told them to prepare. He's coming soon. So it is possible those things vile zinaenda because hata hii walisema hii antichrist italetwa ni kama at first unaona vile watu wanaambiwa chukua nini for convenience mchukue digital things and put all your things there. So people hata huku kuna star ID. You know, a star ID sees a lot of things than just a regular ID.
Yeah.
So you think you're doing it for convenience, but it has a lot of your information there.
Yeah,
That the regular ID doesn't have. So that's how they are going to transition slowly. But it will be like they will sell it as a convenience to you. Even going to the airport, you know, you're told, do it beforehand where you're already in the system so that when you got there, you don't have to line. Convenience. They are collecting your information. So with time, most of our, even our electronics, even in America, you have your information, your medical information on the digitalized, so that when you go to the hospital, you don't have to keep telling them what your problem are. Immediately they put your name or your social, everything just comes up.
Yeah. So me, what I would like to say, I mean, according to what I think, or not what I think, what I believe the Bible says, the rapture must come first, and the rapture has not come. And Jesus said, hata watu tu ni waongo. Jesus said, hata yeye mwenyewe hajui ni siku gani. Wao wanajuaje? Even him, he doesn't know. They don't know too.
No, not when he come. Jesus said he doesn't know the end of the world. Lakini watu mashetani kama antichrist atatokea, they know when it is coming. Unajua wanajifanya it's about God. They don't want to tell us. There is somewhere they go in the dark. Na wanasema hata Ruto is aware. So maybe hata yeye huenda kwa hizo makanisa zao na hizi vitu anafanya vile ameambiwa, because this man says hata Ruto kuna vitu zingine haelewi, anaona tu zinafanyika na haelewi. That was Manasseh said.
To prove to you they don't know. Even the devil does not plan what to do. It is God who will allow him to do. It is God who will allow him. So if they believe that there is God, it is God who will control. Like you are saying, amefungiwa. It is God who will allow it. It's not that they will allow themselves. It is not that God will let the Antichrist loose.
Yeah.
It is God who will allow. So these procedures have been planned by God. No, Jesus said he's coming back, and he was talking about his rapture is also his coming back. He doesn't know when his rapture is. He said he doesn't know. It's God who knows when the rapture is. Okay, so if Jesus doesn't know when the rapture is, who are they to know when this is happening? They don't know, but they know the process. Hata kama ukisoma Biblia, they know the signs. Everybody, if you read the Bible, you know the signs of times. That when this happens, even Jesus said, when you see this happens, know that the time is near. Jesus said that when you see this happens, know that just like the way Jesus alisema, just like the way a woman is about to give birth, she knows that I'm about to give birth. You too, when you hear rumors of wars and all that, know that the time is near. That is what Jesus said.
That's about actually something else you've forgotten. He said even people will come with fake those false prophets watakuwa wengi sana.
Yes. And they say, and those people will say, there is the Son of Man. They are saying, there the Son of Man is coming. There, Jesus watakuwa akisema tu anajua anakuja kesho. See, now they are calling him the Prince of Peace. Are those not prophets of false process? Because Jesus yeye mwenyewe alisema yeye mwenyewe hajui. So who are they to know that the Prince of Peace is coming? So Jesus even prophesied about these prophets. So me, what I know is that the times are near because of the things that are happening. Angalia vita ya Russia haiishi. No matter, I learned that 100,000 of people have died on the Russian side, and 10,000 of the other side have died.
And by the Julia, 1 minute na pia nasikia Syria vitu ni noma sana. Rebels wameingia Damascus, and Assad could have more trouble. So now Middle East could detonate further.
I heard Trump say we shouldn't worry about it. It's nothing to do with America. So I don't know where you guys have gone, but there's something I want to say to those people who are listening about the Prince of Peace. Isaiah 9 verse 6 says, "For a child will be born to us, a son will be given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders. And his name will be called the Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace." Isaiah 9:6. Let us remember that there is only one Prince of Peace, and his name is Jesus Christ, the Messiah.
Yeah, those others who are being prophesied, those are false prophets. And even that Prince of Peace himself, Jesus Christ, said he doesn't know when he's coming back. Sasa hao wengine ni akina nani wanajua kuliko yeye? They don't know. But anyway, the signs of what Jesus said, we are seeing them. Jesus said, when you see the rumors of wars and wars, you can see the Ukraine-Russia war is not even going anywhere. And thousands and hundreds, thousands of people have died. Hata nilishanga, kwani how many people are there to die? Now, so all these things happening, but what I know, the rapture is coming. So what we need to ask ourselves, are we ready for the rapture? Maybe today tumetani kipindi ya Njiru kama kuhubiri mahubiri, na maybe God wanted us to do so that people also know, no matter how much we want our country to change, we need our hearts to change too, and to seek the true Christ, and to know that salvation only comes through him only and only. Hakuna neno lingine, hakuna jina lingine kubwa kuliko Yesu. Na mwenye hajaamini, yes, Njiru.
Naona pia captain amekuja, so unaweza malizia statement unasema, alafu pia captain akuja sasa. Captain, tumeturn into another sasa, tumeenda Zakayo sasa.
No, hakuna shida. Watu kuongea ni poa. Unajua kuongea, you hear different opinion, you learn.
Let me conclude, so KK yaongee. My conclusion is, that is what I started by saying. Why all these things are happening to Kenya and why Ruto is going downhill is because there are also people who are standing in the gap and praying diligently that God delivers Kenya. So God is actually fighting Ruto, God himself, the way he fought Pharaoh in the days of the Israelites. So what happens after this will be godly defined and planned and orchestrated. That is what will happen to Kenya. Now, what happens to the rest of the world? Let every man seek the presence of God on behalf of their own country. Wenye wako Amerika, yale maneno unasikia ikisemekana ni kwa sababu sana Mungu anataka tuombee nchi zetu. We stand in the gap because we are here. Until God takes us through the rapture or otherwise, let us play our part and stand in the gap and call upon the name of the Lord on behalf of our countries. Yes, KK, endelea.
Hiyo jina sijui ni gani. Unajua mimi niko kipa hapa. Unajua venye Njiru unaniita, so hiyo ndio jina yangu saa huko. I think ile kitu, I think ni Ashley alikuwa na share about how observation about zile vitu zina happen globally. If you pay attention to all of them, there's something happening. For example, unaona Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, sasa Syria. Ukaangalia West Africa pia, there's something bigger than ourselves. So from that perspective, I believe there's something bigger than sisi wenyewe that's happening. And I believe that's legit. Where I disagree with her is where we don't do anything, we wait for the time. This is why I disagree. I believe that I'm not a religious person like you Nini, but I know the same Mungu I try to believe in the same God who our forefathers prayed. And the same God is eternal. Unaweza muita God, unaweza muita Allah, unaweza muita anything. But even a child, akishazaliwa, if you don't expose that child to any religion, that child knows. Kuua ni vibaya, lying is wrong. There's that in anyone, everyone, the cautiousness, I think. That's what God communicates to all of us through. I'm not saying Catholic God is wrong, Protestant God is wrong. I'm not saying that. All I'm just trying to point out is kitabu, if you're a historical person, utajua the Bible that tunasomanga nowadays was changed. Iliandikwa na white person. The intent was to control the African man, the African people. And tulikuwa na hii conversation, Julia, and I'm not saying that najua kila kitu, and sisemi kila kitu mnasema hapa ni wrong. I'm not saying that. We're just sharing opinions. Tulikuwa na hii conversation, I think, leo ama jana. Tukasema, si hata Chinese nini walikuwa na their own religions. Si hata Wahindi wako na their own religions. Si hata New Zealanders, wenye wanini, Maori, the one who were fighting for their country, New Zealand. They had their own faith. They never let it go. Korea the same. Sisi ndio tukuja tukupatiwa nini white Jesus. Kama tunaumizwa tunaambiwa ukislapiwa hii side, turn the other side. But anyway, anywhere there is a true civilization, people have to fight for their rights. No one is coming to give you rights like that. Because you know the devil who controls the other side, he will never give them up. So I think I don't want to use the word naive because itakaa kama naongea vibaya, but I don't think it's fair to think that somehow tutaamka one day and everything will be right. I think that's not a reasonable way to think. That's the only thing I wanted to call out.
That is okay. So KK, I think sababu naona even people are starting to go, wacha tupeane sasa wazo za mwisho so that we can allow some people who want to go to attend their church services, they can attend. I also go and rest, and pia nataka kukuja kupeana neno hapa. Julia siku hizi napeana neno, by the way, msione hivyo. Julia, are you aware of that? Napeana neno hapa.
Tusione wewe ni mtu wa shetani.
I usually give the word here, but sitafanya saa hii. Maybe once I wake up in the morning, I'll begin on that. Maybe in terms of what we have talked about, Zakayo, can we tie up? Sasa, is there hope? What should we do? We were talking about what a president should entail. What should we expect? Like, are we in doom? Julia?
With Zakayo, we are doomed. But because God is fighting for us, we're going to get out of this. And you asked me a question again. We stop the political. No, we don't stop. Because the whatever political is happening in Kenya is orchestrated by God too. So let people fight for their destiny. Let the Mutatas fight. Let them fight it and let them continue calling out Zakayo, okay? And fighting for the rights of Kenya. Let everybody who wants to support these people support. Let us support them too. If they need our funds, let us give them, support them with their finances. We cannot suggest them do nothing. Yes, it is not done until we are done.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Kay, go ahead.
I think the only thing I would like to add, just as most of nyinyi mmesema hapa, we have to do our part. We keep doing our part, then our God, our ancestors, whatever we believe in, we pray in. We still continue praying and we fight for our country.
Okay. Hebu tuweke history ya third kidogo. Just isindikize I think I've just seen it from international news. Wacha tu niwaekee.
President-elect Trump is weighing in on the unrest in Syria, saying the United States should stay out of it. A rebel insurgence has reached the gates of the capital city of Damascus, forcing the government defenses out of homes. Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman worked at CIA bureaus in the Middle East. He joins us now. The prediction, I guess you would say, from the U.S. State Department, Dan, is that the Assad government in Syria could fall within days. Do you share that belief?
Well, predictions are pretty tricky in the Middle East, except to say that things are going to get worse. I think we can be sure of that. But look, the Assad regime right now controls only those two ports, Latakia, Tartus. Tartus is where Russia has a naval base, and their capital city of Damascus. So they're back on their heels right now and facing off against an insurgent group that is led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is a terrorist group. And their leader, Mohammed Jalani, of course, was aligned with al-Qaeda and with ISIS before later turning on them.
So is this a case where the enemy of my enemy is not my friend, at least from the United States point of view?
The enemy of my enemy is probably still my enemy. Look, we've got a lot of concerns about Syria. I'm sure President Trump was voicing his assessment that we shouldn't be sending troops to Syria beyond the roughly 900 we have there targeting terrorists who are a threat to our national security. And I don't think anyone would disagree with him about that. But we do have interest, and I'm sure that the U.S. intelligence community is tracking very closely events in Syria. Look, this Syria is risking massive spillover of refugees that could threaten our allies like Jordan. It's been a transit point for material support to Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's Iran's only real ally in the region. And so we have to be tracking all of this very closely, as well as the fact that Syria could become even more of a terrorist state than it already is if some of these insurgents are able to take hold. Then we're going to have some real problem potentially in the region and beyond.
So you seem to be saying that if the Assad government falls, it leaves this power vacuum that could be filled by even worse actors than Bashar al-Assad?
Yeah, as unimaginable perhaps as that might sound. And look, Syria is a bad actor. If you look at the fact that the support that they've been able to give Iran and the fact that they're behind the Captagon epidemic, this illegal amphetamine drug, they've earned billions of dollars from that export of Captagon in the region and to Europe. So look, as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said, no one's going to shed any tears over Assad falling, if indeed he does. But you're right. The power vacuum could create a situation that is still of grave interest and a grave threat to our national security. It's just a different kind of threat.
And ISIS is still out there and might spring back with Assad gone. What a world. Dan Hoffman. Thanks, Dan.
Yes, guys, you can react. Maybe Ashley, you can react to that.
I wasn't following, so this is news to me. So I'll listen to the people who know a lot more.
Can I go? So I think hii ni kitu you like all of us here, sijui kwenye kila mtu wako hapa, but for a long time nimekuwa one of the consumer of the news from the West. And I'll be honest, those kind of news, sometimes they fool you. For a long time, nimekuwa nikiamini, ile kitu ilifanya ni open my eyes is watching the news from the US and seeing what is happening in Gaza. And that opened my eyes. The US anasema sijui nini. But on the other side, they're killing kids and starving people. And it dawned on me in a way, for some reason, for a long time, nimekuwa nikifollow story from the West not realizing the whole thing is a lie. So this comes the story of today. I do not understand what is happening with Syria, but I think the part of it, free Syria at the end of the day, is good. Free Syria reflects with what is happening globally. South Korea, Botswana, Mozambique, Bangladesh, Pakistan, they're trying to fight now. Sisi, this is a global trend. Watu, they want their own freedom. They want to do their own things. Hatutaki kuambiwa sijui we can only do this only when we have two ports, two bases in Kenya. So I think, in short, I think it's a good thing for Syria to fall. And I think even us, we have to end up there somewhere. We have to get away from this government. We have to take our government away from what is happening eventually. I would like to hear Julia's opinion because I know and I was thinking the US politics, yes. So
Maybe before Julia comes, I wanted to react on what you have talked about first. You see, what happens is that we understand media exaggerates, but media can be a point of reference. What you don't need to do when it comes to media, you don't need to rely on one media. You have to group the media houses which you need to be watching. But I don't think when you say media in the US, when you just use the word media in the US lies. What happens is that sometimes they could show things which are too aggravating. We think they are lies, but the truth of the matter is that media is a starting point to something. The only challenge is that that the US media is a bit divided. Although when it comes to international issues, they somehow seem to agree. You have also to understand that.
Yes.
Of the US media, 1 minute. The problem of the US media is internal issues most of the time. Things which are happening inside the country, you can see variation, you can see variables. But issues happening externally, sometimes they have close to 75% agreement. They don't agree all the time on that, but they have close to 75% agreement. So in terms of that, I could agree with you. So Julia, react.
About Syria thing, no, I have not been following. I'm like,
no, about Syria or anything in the US politics, your observation, because that, I mean, it's a wake-up call.
I always tell myself I have more problems think about in Kenya than the US. Personally, I count US having minor problems in comparison to Kenya. So I mean, I count them having what we call problems that can be managed because most of their systems are working. They are not like Kenya. So that's where I stand.
No, that's fair. I think ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema, I think my point was, unaona kama venye Njiro amesema, like if you watch, for example, if you watch CNN, if you watch MSNBC, if you watch Fox, like you can tell he watches Fox. If you talk about internal issues, there's a divide there. But if you look at the international things, they talk in unison. So the agenda is same. Where they differ is internal politics. But you can tell this if you look at, I watched US news last week on what is happening in Syria. Until I watched Al Jazeera, that's when I realized what is happening. And I think that's one of the things the Kenyan people they could see it from far, but some of us may cook for long enough, just because of watching something too long, you kind of believe that's the truth. The same with Russia and Ukraine. There's some truth somewhere, but what we think we know is not the same truth. That's my observation. Actually, go come in or I'm a Julia.
I just want to come in and say, there's a time I was studying about the end of the world, and they said in that final battle, and I was studying. I was studying about the horns, the way they talk about the 10 horns and all that, and I went deep into it. And one of the places I got information was that in this last battle, Africa was going to be on the same side with China, and it was going to be on the same side with Russia. And that time, China hadn't started coming to Kenya a lot. Actually, they hadn't. And I was like, how will China be with Africa? Because then Kenya was a friend of the West. And how would they be with Russia? But things are falling into place. Now it's becoming, unaona vile unaweza ona pahali from very, very far, you can't see clearly. And as you go near and near and near, that thing that you are seeing from far starts getting clearer, that you start seeing the full picture more clearly. The puzzle, the pieces are starting to fall in place. And it is no longer the way people used to say, oh, it's the last days. It actually is. We are there right now. And things are starting to fall into place and make sense. At least from what I read. Now I can see how, you see, the West Africa has started being very good friends with Russia. Hawajafika Kenya bado, but we are getting there. China is already in Kenya. We are getting there. Slowly, it's getting there. And at the end of the day, just make sure, kuna mtu hapa amesema, there is a white God and a God of the ancestor. Whoever is your creator, just make sure you are at peace with them. That's what I'm going to say above all else. Let us remember that we are passerbys in this world. That whatever we do not lose focus, and we do not lose focus that we are passing by and we are going somewhere else. And let us also remember that our battles will be won on our knees, because we fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities in the dark heavens. So when we remember who we are fighting with, we will take up our position, and our position is to pray and to fast, because there are things that do not go by prayer alone. You have to fast. And personally, I've reached to where that is what we need to do, or I need to do, even to know who is the next leader of Kenya, because right now it's like watu wengi wamechanganyikiwa, they don't know who is who. And some of the people we are choosing, ni opportunity wajapata. They could be even worse than Ruto. They could be worse than Ruto. That we will, I'm going to talk because I'm a person who believes in God. That I pray to God, I go back, that hii tabu tuko nayo Kenya inirudishe kwake, because it is only through him that we are going to get redemption, even for our country. Our country imepelekwa kwa maumbwa. There is so much demonic activity. You can feel it, even from our own relatives. Unaweza kukisaidia mtu, alafu maybe hata jana ulimlipia hosi, alafu leo umemtuma pahali anakuambia umweke pesa kwa gas, kwa unashindwa saa hiyo ni gari yake. Siku zile zingine kana anaenda functions zake, yeye endaje, si basi yeye jiwekea gas. Why must I put for them and I also help them, even without them asking me? Yet me, they can't help me. Me, they are charging me and I'm their relative. So there's so much evilness, even in our own families. Sasa unashinda utakimbilia nani? At that point, that is when you run back to your maker. Whether they are black, whether they are white, whether they are green, whether they are yellow. Me sina politics. I just know I did not just come into being. Someone made me. Someone made this world. What his name? I choose to call him God. but that is the person who made me. That is who I call God, my creator. And that is who I run to and say, God, help us. We can't see people. We see people outwardly. We judge them outwardly, but you're the one who knows what their heart contains. You're the one who knows who has the right heart. And please, God, even though there is all this demonic and evil activity going on, and demonic and evil people trying to arrange so that they can come into power to harass us, to oppress us, that you are going to override it and put the right person in place. That is my prayer, because we've reached there where our own human hands will not. Yani unafight na mtu yuko na guns, yuko na intelligence, yuko na hizi vitu zote. We can't. Unless we also go and get guns and go get our own army. That is where it has reached. Because hii ya kuenda tina 2 bottles na maji, watu watakuja wameuliwa mpaka waue all the people who can make a change. And like Museveni, then Ruto will rule. He'll just eliminate troublemakers. And the worst part is that we tell people to go to the street, but when they are killed, we don't have any interest in giving them their last respects. How many people are lying at city mortuary? What have we done? Sisi tunaambianga watu ende kwa street. What have we done to make sure they get a good final resting place? What is so hard about going and taking their pictures, giving them to every MCA so that the people in the village can be asked, ni nani amepoteza mtoto, nani hajaona mtoto wake, and try and identify as many of them as possible, and then take those who are not identified and give them a decent burial. We don't do that, but we want to call those who are living to go to the streets. We want to be irresponsible, to ask people to give out their lives. And then when they give out their lives, we don't follow up to say, this is our fallen comrade. Even as an army, even in the army, even when their people fall, they pull them. They don't leave them in the ground. They pull them away and they go and give them a decent burial. We are not doing that, but we still want to call people, give people a clarion call to go to the streets, to go to Parliament, to State House. Why don't you come and lead us to State House? I will come if you will lead. Thank you.
Okay. Julia, mnaweza sema sasa, I think semeni wazo la mwisho, alafu tufunge sasa.
Okay, let me go first. I think Julia got muted. So I think, Ashley, you're right. The only thing I would like to add on top of you being right on that part of it, I think umesema, one thing I refuse to agree. Umesema, we tried this. We cannot give up. And I know you didn't say we give up, but I'm trying to emphasize we'd have to try all the options that we have. As we speak, we still have that option. So we cannot negate that option and just pray. But it's a combination. It's a combination. Just like venye kama kwenye niko sina kazi, hata kama nikiomba all night, all weekend, the first thing I do on Monday morning is go looking for work. Faith without action is dead. That's what I had to add. But I agree with you with the premise.
Let me correct you. You know, people think praying, we are not praying to Baal. We are praying to a living God who answers prayer. I personally have, there is a time I was, but I'm not like an extremist, but I have been. But let me tell you, God speaks to us. Kwa hivyo si ati unajua, people know about praying to Baal. I'm talking about praying to a living God. You know, when you pray to God, there are times I have prayed and I don't have to scream. I used to be a Pentecostal, I'm not anymore. And I just happened to go to a church, a Baptist, and sit there. And it was so calm. In the beginning, I was bored, but with time, I started to like it because ni kama kwa class, unafundishwa, inaingia vizuri. This is ukitoka hata ujui pastor alisema nini. You are just screaming there. So when I say pray, do you know there are sometimes you go to bed, when you wake up, you know exactly what you're supposed to do. That is the kind of prayer I'm talking about, for direction. See, I'm telling you, you wake up, you put, you umeshailala on something, and then by morning, you know exactly what you're supposed to do. That is what I mean by pray. See, ati ukae tu. I'm telling you, when you pray, and then, you know, like, I don't even know how to put it, but when you pray, and then you continue doing what you're doing, hata kama ni hiyo activity, you will find that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying pray now like that, but I have had, not every time, like when I wake up, the dress I put, God doesn't tell me to put that. But I have had special times, not many times, but even sometimes I have had something telling me this, blah, blah, blah. I don't even want to give, because hakuna ingine, see, hakuna public. It's not every time. But when you pray, and then you're still doing what you're doing, there is a time, kama ni hao watu tunachagua, na unaomba. Of course, usiseme usiingi. Yani, I don't even know, it's personal anyway. But when you pray, you will be, God atakulead. And when we pray, if that person is not there yet, if a lot of us pray, yani, hiyo evil itatoka kwa njia, hiyo cloud ya evil, you know, there is a fight, good and evil. That is why I'm saying, let us remember, there's too much evil in the atmosphere. If a lot of Christians raise their voices to God, it's going to overcome the evil in the atmosphere, and it is going to reveal that person that has a heart for Kenya to us. And hatutajua, itakuja tu naturally. You might not even know it is answer to prayer. You just find we found the right person. Na ule mtu mwingine alikuwa na uovu, something happened, they got sick, something happened, they couldn't, yani it won't work out. But we have to remember to call on to whoever you think is your God. Please call on them so that we can save our country. Hapo tu ndio tumebakisha. Because Bible imesema, if you call unto my name, you repent, Mungu atakuja na atatuokolea. Amesema hivyo, and he's not a man that he should lie. He surely will do it. God answers prayer. Pray na uendelee kufanya kile utafanya, and you will start knowing that God has led me this way. Hata kama just pray. Let him have a personal relationship with you. Then you will understand.
Yeah, sure. I think we can call it a day. What do you think?
Oh, personally, I think so too. I think I'd like to give you flowers. You're doing amazing. You're doing a good job. A lot of us have alternative to come, vent, share ideas, and contribute to trying to fix, to help figure out how we can help our country. Thank you for being you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anjiru, nilipotea, poleni. Yeah, I love the discussion very, very much, and good that we have gone to our spiritualities. And I'm also happy to hear that, Njiru, you share the word of God. That is good. I mean, let's do what we can do to make a difference on the world. And maybe one day God will count us as having shared. You know, there's a song that says that if you cannot preach like Paul or sing like angels, you can tell the love of Jesus and say that he died for all. Okay, so we may not preach like Paul, we may not sing like the angels do, but we can tell about the love of God and say that Jesus died for all. That is my message, that Jesus died for all, irrespective of your religion, your church, your culture, your tribe, your race. Jesus died for all. And because it's a political platform where we discuss about Kenya and we always try and forge a way forward, let us remain resilient, providing civic education to people, to Kenyans, tell them why things need to be done right, why we need our Constitution 2010 fully implemented, why we need structures that defend the rule of law and leaders that stand and defend the rule of law in Kenya. So we need to remain resilient, and above all, to pray and diligently pray for our country and stand in the gap that God may raise a government that cares about the people of Kenya and may raise a church that seeks Him and diligently worships Him in truth and in spirit. So asanteni sana. Kama mnaenda kanisani, tuombeane, tuombe for each other. Those who are going to remain at home, we love you and God loves you more. Thank you very much.
Okay, asanteni sana. Mimi ile kazi nitawatuma ni kazi ya kututafutia subscribers. So tafadhali share our channel widely, watu waijue. Yeah, that is the only thing you can do for us. Kama uko na marafiki, madugu, allow them to know our channel. I do not think that tunaongea vitu mbaya hapa. I think whatever we are saying here or whatever the audience is here, you are enjoying. That's why we can be here for 5 hours. Kama sasa naona the 5th hour imegonga. We cannot spend 5 hours here to speak nonsense. Nafikiria hata hiyo audience ingekuwa ishaenda. So the fact that you are enjoying our time here, the only way in which you can help in building the nation is by allowing as many people as possible within your network to hear us. Once again, the channel is Njiro Mwaura. I'm at Njiro Mwaura Talk Room, and you find me there. We are trying to be extremely available because we want to change the sphere. At least we want to flood the Kenyan information with the information that Zakayo bado hajaweza. There was a time when watu walikuwa wanaogopa sana. Now the veil is out, and whatever we can do in our own small ways, let's do it. So allow your friends to even hear your political mind. So the fact that unakuja unaongea hapa, ruhusu hata marafiki wako wajue hii channel yetu. Until tomorrow, asanteni.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Mungu nguvu yetu. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.